Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump faces a US Congress deadline on the Iran war as a White House official says hostilities are terminated. Meanwhile, Iranian media says Tehran has sent its latest negotiation proposal to the US in a bid to end the war. Also today, analysts warn fertilizer shortages could lead to significant problems with global food supplies. And Formula One makes its roaring return this weekend, kicking off with the Miami Grand Prix. The Trump administration says the war with Iran has been terminated after the ceasefire agreement last month. That means the White House wouldn't need congressional approval to extend the war as today's deadline looms. Meanwhile, Iran has sent its latest proposal to the US to end the war via Pakistani mediators, and that's according to Iranian media. For more on this, I'm joined by a military and security expert, Professor Morat Aslan. Thank you so much for your time with me, Professor. Trump's administration is arguing the war in Iran has already ended because of a ceasefire which began in early April, which would allow the White House to avoid the need to seek any congressional approval. Does a pause in the fighting mean the war is over, or is this debate still raging in the US?
Thanks for having me, Leigh Ann. It depends on how you interpret exactly the situation, because we know that Trump is self-reliant and does not care what Congress is imposing. On the other hand, when it comes to the realities of the U.S. system, well, judiciary is very insistent on having the laws be observed. In this sense, 60 days plus 30, that means in 60 days you have to stop the war if you do not have the approval of the Senate, and there must be a 30 days withdrawal period. It's a must for Trump administration right now. But once you observe exactly what Hegseth said in the statements before the U.S. Senate Commission, well, he doesn't care exactly what Democrats or other members of the Senate claims, accusing the administration to continue the war. But what is clear right now, there are a lot of dynamics, and the burden of this war on the U.S. public is really high. And there's one negotiation avenue right now with Iran, and another one is that the Trump administration should ease the tension in the U.S. public. So I don't think that it's an easy job, by the way.
And as you say, you don't think it's an easy job. And it's just getting to the negotiations right now, because Iran has submitted a new proposal via mediators in Pakistan as part of these long-going efforts to try to broker peace between the US and Iran. What do we know about this proposal at this stage?
Actually, Trump's statement regarding the scope of that proposal is not clear, because he says only several people know exactly what's being discussed with Iran. On the other hand, the Iranian side never tells exactly what they are proposing. But there is one thing that we can make sure. There's a great gap between the expectation of both parties. For instance, once you visit the American side, they want to have the overall nuclear program be halted. On the other hand, Iranians says the program is peaceful. They can reduce the enrichment level, but they will not stop it. So this gap cannot be filled easily by small plays with the words, because Iranian diplomacy is very skillful in playing with the words. So I don't think that this, gaming will end soon, but they will continue to negotiate. Up until when, I don't know, because there's a clear ambiguity on what the intention of both parties are.
And when we look at it, both sides are still holding this maximalist position, as you just said. And Iran's supreme leader has emphasized that they will not give up its nuclear or missile programs. Trump's stance is uncompromising, repeatedly saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, as you were just talking to me about how wide this gap is between both sides. Could these fundamentally different positions lead to military escalation as they do try to find a way to end this stalemate?
First of all, I have to confess one thing. American side insists on a correct thing. It's what 60% enrichment is more than having a peaceful nuclear program. So a reduction in enrichment is a must, especially to accept a resolution. On the other hand, if both parties fail negotiating or sometimes agreeing on something because it requires a step back from the original demands, then military escalation will turn out to be something different than we expect. Why? There's a new pattern of military confrontations, and the U.S. started this intervention on Iran in a wrong way. It was too conventional. But today, we have asymmetric, irregular, hybrid phases of warfare. And I believe that right after this point, if there's no agreement, we will witness the asymmetric way of, pushing each other will be on the agenda for both parties. And Iran has already started it by closing Hormuz or striking the Gulf countries. And the U.S. has started applying, sanctions or embargo, but I think that methodology of new war types will be valid, like asymmetric ones.
Professor Morad Aslan, thank you for joining me and thank you for your analysis.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's continue this conversation now with international peace negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. Nomi, as always, great to have you on the show with me today. And we're getting these latest news lines and reports out that Iran has sent its latest proposal to the US via Pakistani mediators. What are the chances of a breakthrough?
Leigh Ann, good to be with you again. I think no one knows. Maybe the US president knows. Maybe the Iranian leadership knows what is going on in terms of the chances that the proposals will be bridged. But my understanding is that the Iranians would like to first negotiate the status of Hormuz, of the Straits of Hormuz. That was also reinforced by an unprecedented statement that the Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, made yesterday, saying that it is for Iran and Iran alone to control the Straits and to oust the US from from basically blockading the Iranian ports. We've seen a flurry of diplomatic activity. We know that the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has spoken to his counterparts in Turkey, in Qatar, in Egypt, in Russia, as well as other states in the past 24 hours, discussing those particular proposals. But the Iranians are keen to stagger the negotiations and resolve the key issues for them, which are principally the control over the Straits of Hormuz, lifting the American blockade over their own ports, and they're interested in an overall end of all wars. That includes Lebanon, and they would like some international guarantees, and that's why they're speaking to the Chinese and to the Russians and to the Azerbaijanis and others in order to ensure that there will be some sort of complete end, given that trust is so low. And I think trust is a key issue here. Whereas the Iranians would like the nuclear issue, the fissile material, the 60% enriched uranium to be discussed later. And of course, for US President Donald Trump, the nuclear issue is the key issue, and he would like to get a better deal than the 2015 Obama negotiated. It was not just Obama negotiated, it was the P5+1. It was an international agreement, but from the US side. It was Obama's team that negotiated. So Trump would like to get a better deal than that. He's trying to aim for zero enrichment, which of course will never be acceptable to the Iranians. He'd like to also see the 60% enriched uranium move out of Iran, and Iran said that's not acceptable to them. So I think a flurry of diplomatic activity, given that the gaps are still very wide.
And as you say, flurry of diplomatic activity. And you also said Iran wants to stagger the negotiations. And of course, President Trump wants to do the exact opposite of that. But Iran's judiciary chief says Tehran is still open to negotiations with the United States, but rejects any talks conducted under pressure or threats. What is going to be able to break this diplomatic stalemate that we've been in for weeks now?
Well, the problem is that the United States president is negotiating through conduct threats on social media, and he's using threatening and inappropriate language. He is revealing details that are his position, saying that the Iranians have accepted the positions when it's not the case. He's putting words in the Iranians' mouth that they will reject. Don't forget, each side has to appeal to their own public. So the secret to successful negotiations is keeping the details 100% secret. And that's why you're seeing all these phone conversations between the respective foreign ministers, especially in Iran, and hopefully it's the same in the US. And if they manage to keep everything secret and they actually then arrange a meeting in Islamabad, then you will know that they have basically reached an agreement. But the reason we haven't seen that meeting thus far is because there were too many leaks and there were too many statements made by the US president that were in an inaccurate reflection of the Iranian position, and the Iranians felt that they needed to respond in kind. So each side has actually escalated the rhetoric rather than tone it down. So again, the secret to this is to keep the negotiations back channel, in the sense that they really are kept under wraps. And if they're kept under wraps, they may be able to resolve the very wide gaps between the two parties. If they continue to, they is basically the US, if they continue to reveal information or to declare that certain information has been agreed upon when it hasn't, even if it has, they're basically thwarting the deal. So to secrecy in back channel, I think, is the way ahead.
Nomi, you suggested that, but you and I know that President Donald Trump loves Truth Social, and he loves announcing on it too. So maybe he should take your advice. But just a final thought from you, Nomi. Could international pressure actually force Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz? My guest before was speaking about China, was speaking about Russia involvement. What's your thoughts on that?
No, my thought is that, it's 60 days now that the straits have been closed for most of the time, with very, very few ships being able to pass. And I think that this has had a major knock-on effect on the global economy, and other countries are involved. And I think you will see Chinese involvement and Russian involvement and other involvement. And again, the question is how and what is the nature and scope of the involvement. But I do think, yes, you are seeing, and again, much of it is done privately and quietly, but it's become a global issue, not a US, Israel, Iran issue.
Nomi Bar-Yaakov, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
It's not just oil being affected by the Iran war. Disruptions to fertilizer and other key ingredients could have a major impact on global food supplies. Analysts have warned the conflict is costing up to 10 billion meals a week across the world, hitting some of the poorest countries. Other countries, like the UK, may not face shortages, but could see increased costs brought upon by food producers struggling to obtain nitrogen fertilizer for their crops. I'm now joined by Derek Grossman, Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, as always, thank you so much for joining us. So, as I mentioned there, the Iran war isn't just affecting oil and politics. It's having this massive impact on fertilizer supply, which is causing ripple effects across global agriculture. What is causing this fertilizer shortage that we're seeing?
Well, thanks for having me. And so the producers within the Middle East of fertilizer are simply not able to export their products as easily or maybe at all through the Strait of Hormuz because of the blockade and the counter blockade. And so we're seeing, fertilizer prices soar by over 80%. And we've seen, certain products like global urea, 30% of it goes through the Strait of Hormuz, so the price of that is going up. Same thing for ammonia shipments, about 25% of ammonia shipments go through the Strait. And these are, critical components or chemicals to the fertilization process for, the crops for next year, right? And so this is going to have a ripple effect for food security or insecurity, as it were, over the coming year and possibly longer.
And the UN World Food Programme is estimating around 45 million additional people could fall into acute hunger this year. And this is due to the Iran war and the blockade that we are seeing. Derek, which regions are said to be the most vulnerable?
So President Trump likes to say that we are very much independent of the Strait of Hormuz when it comes to oil. I think he's wrong on that. I think the oil prices are going up because in part of the Strait of Hormuz blockade, right? But, one thing that we can point to is that we maintain food security no matter what, right? Because we really grow a lot of our own food, and the food that we get from other countries are not as affected by the Strait of Hormuz closure. However, when you look at who is going to be affected, it's primarily the countries that are already in bad shape throughout the global south, right? So these are countries in North Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, across the Middle East, and in South Asia, right? So this is kind of similar in a sense to climate change, right? Because it's disproportionately affecting countries that really actually have nothing to do with it. And it's with climate change, the carbon emitters are, the main carbon emitters are the United States and China and countries like that, except who's bearing the cost of it? And it's mostly happening in the global south. And also, I think we have to keep in mind Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine used to be a leader on agriculture and fertilizer exports. And so that's another piece to this that, fell back in 2022. And so when you add the Strait of Hormuz closure, it's a worse situation all around.
And let's talk about China, because China is the world's largest fertilizer producer and exports through the Strait. When they came to a standstill, Beijing also decided to limit its fertilizer exports. Why did China choose to close its doors at this particular time?
Well, China has always, looked internally, right, has focused on its own production, and especially when times get tough internationally, it starts to put up tariff barriers. In this particular case, they are preventing farmers from exporting their crops because China needs them for itself, right? China obviously has a population of over 1.4 billion people, okay? It needs to look out for its own people first. And so this is not surprising at all. In fact, throughout its history, China has consistently put up some of these roadblocks in order to protect itself. But that also means that there's fewer Chinese product on the international market, which therefore drives up the price for everybody else because there's more limited supply.
double-edged sword. And I want to shift gear a little bit to talk to you about Iran, because they have submitted a new proposal via Pakistani mediators as parts of these ongoing efforts, Derek, that we've been speaking about to try and broker peace between the US and Iran. Do you think we could see face-to-face talks in Islamabad again soon following this latest proposal, or are we just in the stalemate at the moment?
Yeah, I don't see face-to-face talks anytime soon. And when I say that, I mean probably weeks, not months, maybe another couple of weeks for both sides to flesh out the deal that they'd like to sign. I mean, there's very few details about the Iranian counterproposal, but from what I can gather, it basically says that Iran would begin to do would allow some inspections of its nuclear programs in exchange for sanctions relief. And they would also want to do a phased kind of withdrawal from the Strait of Hormuz. And there's also a de-emphasis on supporting Iranian proxy networks, probably in exchange for cash, for lack of a better way to put it. I mean, when you go back to Obama's Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA that everybody's been talking about, Obama provided, I think it was $1.7 billion in the end to the Iranian regime. Trump has been considering $20 billion in funding to them in exchange for concessions. And so they're going to have to work out the details of the deal. I think there is a deal to be had. I don't think that the strait will be closed forever because, frankly, let's say we packed up and went home tomorrow and we allowed Iran to continue to close the strait. The global community is going to put enormous pressure on Iran to stop doing that because it impacts everybody. It impacts oil, it impacts fuel, it impacts fertilizer, as we've been discussing, right? It impacts any number of other resources, right? I mean, hydrocarbon, right, produces plastic. Okay, so there are now plastic shortages all around the world. So this is really an unsustainable thing over the long term. And so I think if the U.S. actually left, there would be enormous pressure by the international community on Iran to not, blockade the strait. But that said, I think both sides can get to the negotiating table probably within the next couple of weeks and, agree to disagree on a lot, but at least, go back to opening the strait and try to get back to some semblance of normal.
So do you think that military escalation from the US is off the table now we're seeing this flurry of diplomacy pick up?
I wouldn't necessarily say that because we still obviously have our military forces arrayed in the region. There's been some reporting in the last couple of days that Trump is considering some limited strikes to try to coerce Iran back to the bargaining table. So, I mean, we still might see some of that. We've also seen Trump talk to Netanyahu about the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire, and he seemed to indicate to Netanyahu that some limited strikes might actually be acceptable in spite of the ceasefire. So I don't think force is entirely off the table between now and when we get to a deal. The question is, if the U.S. and or Israel were to use force, would that prolong negotiations because of the Iranian response?
Derek Grossman, as always, great to have you on. Thank you for your time with me.
Thanks for having me.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A 45-year-old man has been charged with the attempted murder of two Jewish men in Golders Green. Somali-born British citizen Essa Soleimani has appeared in court today. One of the victims has been discharged from hospital, whilst the other is in a stable condition. The detained former Myanmar leader has been moved to house arrest. The 80-year-old has been in detention since she was removed from office in 2021. American pop star Britney Spears has been charged with driving under the influence after her March arrest in California. 44-year-old Spears reportedly checked herself into a rehabilitation treatment facility afterwards. And a former Chick-fil-A employee has been charged with defrauding the company of 800 trays of mac and cheese worth $80,000. Texas police arrested 23-year-old Keyshawn Jones on April the 17th and charged him with property theft, money laundering and also evading arrest. India is considering a controversial new approach to border security using snakes and crocodiles to deter undocumented migration along parts of its border with Bangladesh. The proposal is drawing sharp criticism from rights groups and raising serious practical questions. Darshan Dalal has this report.
India is considering an unusual and controversial way to secure parts of its border with Bangladesh. According to internal communications, the Border Security Force is exploring whether crocodiles and venomous snakes could be deployed in the riverine stretches where fencing is difficult. The idea is to use these animals as what officials describe as a natural deterrent against undocumented migration and cross-border smuggling. India and Bangladesh share a border stretching more than 4,000 kilometers. Much of it is already fenced, but rivers, marshlands and flood-prone terrain leave gaps that are hard to secure using conventional barriers. That's where this proposal comes in. But the plan is raising serious concerns. Human rights groups and environmental experts warn that introducing dangerous predators into border zones could put local communities at risk, including farmers and villagers who live along these waterways. Critics say it also reflects a broader trend of treating migrants as threats rather than people. The India-Bangladesh border is already one of the most contentious in the region, with hundreds of civilians reportedly killed over the years amid strict enforcement measures. Against that backdrop, the idea of using animals as a barrier is being described by some as deeply dehumanizing. There are also practical questions. Unlike a fence or a surveillance system, snakes and crocodiles cannot distinguish between migrants, local residents, or even citizens of India. So how would such a system avoid harming the very people it is meant to protect? For now, the proposal remains under evaluation, but it is already sparking debate, not just about border security, but about how far government should go in trying to control migration. Darshan Dalal, Arabiya English.
Now let's take a look at the top business news. Apple's sales grew by 17% in the first 3 months of this year. It's after increased demand for its iPhones, with China leading sales by 28%. Outgoing CEO Tim Cook said the iPhone 17 model had been the most popular launch in Apple's history. Cosmetics maker Estee Lauder beat Wall Street estimates for the third quarter sales on Friday, driven by improving sales in both China and Europe. The company, which has been in talks to merge with Jean-Paul Gaultier owner Puig, posted quarterly sales of just over $3 billion. Turning to all the sports news now, when Liverpool boss Arne Slot says Mohamed Salah is not fit to face Manchester United on Sunday. Slot confirmed that the Egyptian player, who is moving teams this summer, will return before the end of the season. This comes after Salah picked up an injury during Liverpool's 3-1 win over Crystal Palace. And the US skier Lindsey Vonn says her career might be over after admitting to being in survival mode following her crash at the 2026 Winter Olympics. Vonn has had 8 operations since breaking her leg and ankle back in February. Staying with sport, and Formula One makes its big return this weekend in Miami after a 5-week break. And there are some rule changes that have been brought in to address concerns over engine regulations. Red Bull's team principal has welcomed the changes, calling it a good step forward. And Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray joins me in the studio now to tell me more about it and also give me a full roundup of what's going on in the sports news globally. Samantha, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, let's talk about Formula One and all these new changes. What do they entail, and are they going to protect the safety of drivers?
This is a reset era in Formula One 2026, and there have been some impactful changes with the rules, particularly around safety for the drivers. The Grand Prix Drivers Association was consulted, so the racers of today were asked how they felt about racing. And I think as welfare for athletes, players and racers in this context is taken more seriously, these changes have been put into place. So now what we're seeing in Miami are lateral and side lights on the cars, so that when they spin or stop, drivers can see as they're approaching, less likely therefore to have a collision. Also for the race marshals, they then have an indication from the energy systems if a car is potentially a threat to touch in terms of an electrical conduct, this sort of thing. And also there's now a two-system shell around the car to ensure racers are less likely to be injured or have fatal scenes on the course. So there's structural changes. The vehicles are now lighter, they are shorter, they're about 30 kilos lighter in total. So it has really changed. And from a rider perspective, it's changed how the vehicle moves, the feel of it, and also the skill and the tactics on the course. So it's a big difference. It has been welcomed by the racers, but it's a change. And also another change is sustainability in sport and the environment. Formula One has been under a lot of scrutiny about moving towards carbon neutral on the Formula One track. So big changes there. And now engines are about 50% electric. That also changes how it feels to drive these vehicles. And therefore tactics have come in where racers are slowing down on the course, and that also can increase collisions. And so these rules are changing how they can slow down as they're approaching corners, make tactical stops to reboost the engine because the electricity cannot get them round the whole race. So whilst it's been welcomed and it's a good move for safety and also sustainability, there are drawbacks and changes to how we as the spectators and also the drivers experience the race.
That's absolutely fascinating, all the changes that are coming into place. But I want to move on because, as I said, we're doing a whole roundup of sport today. So Formula One first. We're going to move on to boxing now, because we know British boxer heavyweight Anthony Joshua has confirmed he will fight our favourite, the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. But before Joshua faces Tyson Fury, he's going to fight Christian Prenga, and that's all happening in Riyadh. Can you tell us more, especially about Christian Prenga, because he's Albanian?
Yes, he's from a kickboxing background. He's really athletic, and the fight for him against Anthony Joshua is going to be the biggest fight of his life. So this is a challenge for Joshua as a former heavyweight champion. Coming back to Riyadh, amazing scenes. Riyadh has become a global city to host boxing now. This is a big moment, but he can't overlook it and be thinking ahead to the Fury match already. He has to be in the moment here because Prenga brings excitement. He's got that naivety. He's got everything to fight for. And Joshua here is at risk. He's coming back. He's a former heavyweight world champion now, and we know that he has had quite a traumatic period in his personal life, losing two friends in a fatal car crash. So there's a lot for, I think the stakes are higher for Joshua here than they are for Prenga. It's always a great place to be as an athlete when you're the underdog, psychologically. But this is going to be a test for Joshua mentally, physically. It's very soon in July, and also emotionally, whether he can deliver. And he needs to really, I think, stay in the moment and stay with his processes and not think too far ahead or become complacent that this is an easy win. Because elite boxing, professional boxing, you just never know what's going to happen.
And I think that's absolutely fascinating and so true, because Prenga, everything to fight for. Joshua, as you said, being through such a tough time mentally and having that horrific car accident, a lot of pressure might be put on him to see how he performs back in the ring. But why will it all be happening in Riyadh?
Riyadh has become a global stage to host many competitions, and one of those is boxing. First of all, what Saudi can do very well here is the infrastructure. We can host big events, boxing. We've got the amazing centre for these championships for spectators, also the lighting, the razzmatazz of it all. It really is an entertaining event here. I've thoroughly enjoyed going to matches. It's been an amazing experience. They also can meet broadcast and really create a spectacle there. They've shown how they can really put it out there to the whole world and package it all together and finance it, attract the matches that historically have been a bit difficult, and boxing has been slightly fractured in the past. They're able to pull all these elements together and put boxing back as a centre stage sport for spectators all around the world, and they've showcased it spectacularly over the past few years. So it's seen now as the place to go for these big matches. We don't yet know where is the Fury Joshua match going to take place. There's talks of it happening in the UK, perhaps Wembley, which might make sense for two British former heavyweight fighters. But I hope it's coming here to Riyadh.
I was going to say, I hope it's coming here to Riyadh, but I also know if it's happening in Wembley in London, it's going to be absolute mayhem.
Right.
People are going to be celebrating all the way through the streets because we know how London loves Anthony Joshua and the Gypsy King, of course, Tyson Fury. But another big story that's been making the rounds today is Live Golf. Mm-hmm. And obviously, we know this was part of Saudi Arabia's big golf tournament that we saw on the stage, and PIF has announced it will only fund the tour for the remainder of this year. What else have they actually said? Because there's a lot of big name golfers like John Ram, Bryson DeChambeau on the Live Golf circuit.
For Saudi Arabia, this has been the revolution of sport, and backing sport, changing sport. Live Golf has been a bit of a disruptor in the golf industry, taking on the PGA Tour, making it more entertaining, more accessible, a faster game. The golfers all start at once. For someone who's not going to sit through a full week's tournament, this is slightly more appealing, and also for broadcast. And they've achieved that. I think the PIF have achieved that now, and everyone recognises what the Live Tour has done and thoroughly enjoyed it. But now Saudi Arabia has bigger dreams ahead in terms of sport more broadly. Participation, mass sports events here in Riyadh, but also the 2034 Football World Cup. Potentially, this investment is going to change into the Saudi Pro League, the investment, sponsorships there, and strategically pulling things together in terms of stadiums, spectators, and the experience side of sport in Saudi for that Football World Cup, which is just 8 years away. So this isn't Saudi stepping back from sport. It's just now saying, we've done this now, we've shown what we can do there, and we're realigning where we're going next.
So fun when they brought out Live Golf. Shotgun starts, lots of music on the tee boxes. As you said, shorter play, only 3 rounds. It was a different way, different style of the game. But you spoke about football there. Let's just touch more on that, because let's talk about the World Cup. You said to me it's almost upon us, just 8 years away, which goes so fast. And Saudi Arabia has announced their new team coach. Who is he? Is he any good?
Yeah, Georgios Donis, so a Greek coach. I think for people on the international football scene, he might be a bit of an unknown, and this might seem like a strange decision 8 weeks out of the Football World Cup. However, here in the Kingdom, he is known. He is a recognisable figure. He's worked with 4 Saudi Pro League clubs, so he understands the texture and the tone of football here in the Kingdom. That he knows the players, he knows how they bring it together as a team. And ultimately, being a successful team manager in football is all about how you connect, the relationship building with those players who often play for different teams. They're not always together as a national team. And we've seen year after year after year, and tournament has gone by, where it's that special skill of a national coach who can tap into that identity and bring those players and those egos together to absolutely perform their best at this global tournament.
Yeah, really tough job for a lot of those big football coaches, which I always find fascinating. Sometimes I just think they shout on the sideline, but they must be doing good work behind the scenes. Samantha Murray, thank you so much for joining me. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Donald Trump has reverted back to his tried and tested playbook, talking tough on the eve of crucial talks. But will it work this time? The region is holding its breath ahead of a second round of US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. As we enter week 8 of the war, we'll debate the latest. Stay with us. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal, marking exactly 10 years since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030. Announced in April 2016 by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the vision set out an ambitious programme to diversify the kingdom's economy, society and culture, and also reduce dependence on oil. Well, at the heart of that transformation are giga-projects, which are designed to reshape how Saudi Arabia lives, works and welcomes the world. Well, one of these stunning projects is Diriyah, where we are today. It is the historic birthplace of the kingdom and home to the UNESCO-listed Al Turaif district. Well, to tell us more, we're joined today by the Group CEO of Diriyah Company, Jerry Inzerillo. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Yeah, very nice to see you.
I'd like to start by asking you to take yourself back to when you were first appointed as CEO of this project and you realised, looking at everything around you, that you had an enormous project to deliver. What went through your mind?
Excitement. I was very taken because I had a chance in 2016 to read the vision statement of 2030. I thought it was bold. And one thing that I loved, as compared to other vision statements around the world, is that tourism was going to play a very important part. But then I had known Diriyah because I had visited Diriyah in 1998. And there's a few things that I knew. I knew that its authenticity was unquestionable. It was the home of Al Saud. It was the birthplace of the kingdom. And now you had this UNESCO site that really nobody knows about around the world because tourism wasn't open except for pilgrimages to the kingdom. So I said, what an opportunity to be with His Royal Highness, to contribute to 2030, a young, passionate population in an authentic birthplace of the kingdom. Magical. Now, can I put it all together and deliver what will become, by an aspiration, one of the great gathering places in the world?
Right. So Diriyah isn't just a heritage site. It's also a giga project. And I just wondered, what was the sort of the thinking behind making it a giga project?
Yes. So we knew that in the economic terms of Vision 2030, that tourism would play a big role and that tourism would go from 3% of GDP to 10% of GDP. Now, if you're going to do that, you have a very, very big country, because if you look at the Gulf states, they're relatively small geographically. They can all fit into the size of the state of California in America, where I'm from. However, Saudi is 5 times the size of that, right? So you have a big country. You have water in the Persian Gulf. You have the Great Red Sea. You have UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So we knew that in order to get to 100 million visits, which is now 150 million visits, that you had to have all the amenities to draw people. So we didn't want to just restore the UNESCO site. We needed to build 42 hotels, hundreds of retail, restaurants, but we wanted it to have a 24-hour energy. Young people praying, going to school, working, people visiting. So that meant to put together a giga project, a master plan, that could cater to 100,000 people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to give it an urban energy. And that's why the original plan that was come up with His Royal Highness, 400,000 square meters, went to the 14 million square meters it is now, because it has all the amenities associated with urban lifestyle, but in a walkable, pedestrian-friendly way.
All right, so quite different from the original blueprint. I mean,
very much
very
so.
different. And just walking through parts of Diriyah, and, you know, I've had dinners and lunches and things here. I mean, it looks finished, but I mean, I know that's only a part of it. There's still a lot more to do, isn't there? What sort of percentage would you say is done and what remains to be done?
Yeah, that's interesting, but it's a little bit of a deceiving question with good news. Because what happens is that Diriyah, the 14 million square meters, almost all of it is on rock. You know, that's very important. Now, His Royal Highness wanted Diriyah to be walkable, pedestrian-friendly, let's have people outside. Now, 7 kilometers of Diriyah is in the Wadi, also very important, to have people outside picnicking, exercising, riding their bikes, going for walks, quality of life, right? You're going to have people visiting from all over the world. Our UNESCO site now has already welcomed 5 million people, right? So you can see that that part is very successful. We opened Bijeri Terrace, Zalal. Last night we did 3,200 covers because the community and the people that are visiting us love it. But here's where it's deceiving. The amenities of the 14 million square meters, only about 5% is done. So you say, well, only 5%, it has that dynamic, that feel. But 80% of the infrastructure is done, which is the messy, complicated part. What's the land? Acquiring the land, demo the land, put all your infrastructure in. 60,000 parking spots underground, so it could be walkable above. So this monumental achievement is almost done, 80% done, almost completely done by the end of 2027. That will allow us then to build all the surface apartments, which we've done, hotels, restaurants, Diriyah Square, which will open in the beginning of 28.
Okay, so actually the hard part is done, all that stuff that's underneath where we're sitting now, all the underground.
Correct, yeah, and not only done, with the most sophisticated smart city technology. We know all usage of water, all usage of mobility, fully integrated with AI, very, very sophisticated infrastructure below ground on the highest level of technology. So above, you can have just culture and heritage and people enjoying the outdoors.
Right, and when you walk through it as a visitor, you see all these well-known brands, shops, restaurants. You mentioned the hotel chains as well. Has the level of international interest been greater than what you'd anticipated?
Yes, we knew that today was going to be a gathering place for everybody all over the world. So Bijeri is very interesting because it was our first asset with 20 restaurants. But we wanted to be careful because we knew that we had to take care of first our community of Diriyah. We didn't want Diriyah to be elitist or aristocratic. We wanted it to be for everybody, all income levels, right? So we had to take care of our community, then Riyadh, Saudi visits, and then international visits. So in that mix of 20 restaurants, you have 5 authentic Saudi different concepts, but then you have Michelin restaurants, you have foreign restaurants, you have all different cuisines. Well, that's taken off great. Then we added Zalal, which is almost all Saudi, and people just love it. So we're very happy with the way things are going. We opened our first great hotel, the Bob Samhan Hotel, prior to the last few weeks, which have been disruptive. We were doing a 91% occupancy. We will open at the end of 2027 an additional 8 hotels that are just beautiful. Amman and Oberoi and a lot of great hotels that are coming. Direya Square, where you see the 90 cranes, those will all come down at the end of 2027. That will open shortly thereafter. That has 400 luxury and retail shops, of which over 60% are already signed. So all the big names coming. It's going to be a very exciting 2028 on our way to 2030.
I want to ask you a little bit more about the residential side of things, because obviously you're targeting tens of millions of visitors, but there are going to be people living here. There are already people living here. What sort of demand are you seeing, and what's the profile of a buyer?
Yeah, it's very interesting because it turned out to be a little bit different than we thought. Now, we wanted to test Direya, so we did a different type of marketing strategy because we have Direya real estate, residential real estate, 20,000 residences at some point, and then the Wadi Sfar, which we call our Bel Air of Riyadh, right? Now, we wanted to test what the high market was because we didn't know what it was, right? So we put 100 plots on sale for the Wadi Sfar, sold 93 of them already. But then we put Ritz-Carlton residences, which people will move into at the end of this year, almost done. Beautiful. Cityscape, we put mid-level residences on, non-branding, sold very well. We've already sold almost 17 billion SAR in residential real estate. Now, to further answer your question, who's buying? This is very interesting because a lot of the people that are buying are younger. Wadi Sfar, older, a little bit more expensive, more established, looking for the amenities, the privacy, 27-hole Greg Norman golf course, beautiful country club finished. This time next year, the Royal Polo and Equestrian Center already will be done this time next year. But people wanted accommodation where they could walk and not drive. Riyadh, as you know, is a driving city. But today it will be a walkable, urban, pedestrian experience. And people wanted that urban energy where they could walk to work, walk to pray, walk to school. So that's a lot of who we sold to.
Okay, and one of the big challenges that you must have felt as the guardian of this project is balancing heritage and modernity.
Yeah.
Has that been a particular challenge?
No, it's actually been a little bit easier than most would think. Now, there is, what in the perception of people, an inherent conflict. Are you compromising cultural preservation for modernity or for technology? Here's where the Crown Prince is quite brilliant. First of all, he's very strict on the preservation of what is Saudi identity. Now, today is very important. Birthplace of the kingdom, home of Al Saud, source of pride for all of us, and the source of national identity. So even with his young age and his young leadership, and God bless the king, who, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have Tareif and we wouldn't have Direya. He is as strict to preserve what's unique about Saudi culture. Saudi music, the Arda, Saudi food, Saudi costuming and apparel, right? So we've done that. Walkable, all in the mud, made 20 million mud bricks by hand like they did 300 years ago, but underground, all smart city technology. Now with AI, the children can go and walk the site of what it was 300 years ago, but when they go into the museums, they can see how life actually was in its storytelling. This is beautiful because not only are we preserving the culture by community telling us the stories, now we have AI that could augment it into user-friendly technology.
When people visit Direya, what sort of feedback are they giving you? What are people telling you struck them the most when they came here?
Yes, there's two things, and I'm going to try and say this briefly. One is what the foreigners say, non-Saudi. Let's call it non-Gulf. The number one reaction is so interesting and makes me so happy. What did you think of your experience at Tareif at the UNESCO site? You know what the number one answer is? Very emotional. And we're seeing a nervous habit from people coming to the UNESCO site. They don't even know they're doing it. Many people, when they're walking in a site, they find themselves running their hands along the mud. It's a very organic, very emotional, very authentic experience. And now it's so beautifully lit at night. It's the largest night-lit UNESCO site, right? So that's the foreigners. But I'm going to tell you a quick story because it's a very, very important story. On Fridays, I walked the UNESCO site, and I chased my protocol team away, and I said, leave me alone. I just want to walk amongst the public, say hi to everybody. So I come across a family, very traditional family. Father, mother, 4 children, young. But I notice when I'm walking that the mother is crying. So I say to myself, oh boy, I don't want to upset anybody. But I walk by without trying to disturb the family, not knowing what's going on. And the father, the husband, says to me, are you Mr. Jerry? He recognized me. So then I said to him, Salam alaikum, how are you? Yes, that's what I like to do. I like to walk with my neighbors. So he said, oh, we're so excited to see you. Can we take an only one today a picture with you? I said, my pleasure, but I see that your wife's upset. Is everything okay? And he says, no, she's crying because she remembers when she walked here as a little girl with her grandfather. And it wasn't in the condition. And she's so proud to take her children to see what it is now. She was crying out of tears of joy. Isn't that beautiful? So that makes our job so happy because it shows that we're the custodians of the cultural preservation of what is uniquely Saudi.
I imagine that was a pretty emotional experience for you as well,
Very.
to hear that. How important is it that Diriyah feels like a lived-in city and not just a tourist destination?
Well, this is very important because if you look at all the great cities of the world, there's a few things they have in common. They may be structured differently, but they all have an energy, a kinetic energy that's 24 hours, 7 days a week. Now, a few weeks ago, I'm walking to the site at night, which I do almost nightly, and it is a beautiful night of weather. And the place is lit beautifully, and I hear children laughing, I hear people laughing, and I stop for a minute. And I'm in Diriyah every day, and I see Chinese talking Chinese, Japanese talking Japanese, Omanis and Bahrainis and Qataris and Emiratis and Saudis, and everybody having a good time. I stopped and I said to myself, this has become what His Royal Highness wanted, a gathering place where people are festive and are proud of who we are and what we mean to the world now. Very, very important.
It sounds like that was one of your sort of eureka moments on this journey, because there must have been good and bad moments along the journey, moments where you said, oh my goodness, are we going to be able to deliver all of this on time and on budget and everything else? And there must have also been moments when you thought, wow, we really have gone further than I'd imagined. I mean, was that one of those key moments?
Well, you know, when you're CEO of a $64 billion project, this morning we have 63,000 workers on site every day. I go out to I have a terrace over my office that looks at the job site. There's not one day I go out by myself and say, dear, please allow me, give me the strength to see this through, see His Royal Highness's vision through. That's the burden of being a CEO. But what counteracts that is when I walk around my neighbors and see them happy. When I walk around and see the guests coming from all over the world and seeing them happy. This is a manifestation of Vision 2030, and this is a great tribute to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and to our great Prime Minister, our Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. May Allah always bless them. It's a great tribute to them.
You've described Diriyah as being a world-class cultural destination. And I'm wondering what makes Diriyah uniquely positioned compared to, say, other cultural heritage hubs around the world. Is there any way you'd compare Diriyah to?
Yes. Well, you see, the beautiful thing is that Diriyah is authentic. So Diriyah is not a modern city of 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It's not in Orlando, Florida, which is great, but it's pop culture. It's not a Las Vegas, right? It's not a Dubai. And our brothers and sisters from the Emirates do a great job. We're 300 years of culture, of storytelling, of the demonstration of beautiful music, beautiful dance, beautiful food, beautiful costuming in an authentic setup, right? So when people come, it is uniquely Saudi. It is uniquely Diriyah. That's why we say there's only one Diriyah. Now, look what historical Vienna is now. Wonderful. Look at Florence. Wonderful. Even look at Marrakesh. That's what Diriyah is meant to be. Walkable, organic, very pedestrian friendly, have people outdoors. We planted 6.5 million trees, shrubs, and bushes. On a weekend now, you have thousands of people in the Wadi with their families, on bicycles, on horses, jogging, walking. It is the most beautiful thing to see the society happy. One other thing that nobody knows about, a little tiny detail, and maybe unimportant, but important to me. When I came here 8 years ago in the Wadi, I never saw a single bird. A bird, right? Why is that important? You go into the Wadi now, there are thousands of birds. So you hear the music of the birds, but they were there. You know why? Because now you have millions of trees and shrubs and bushes. The ecosystem is beautiful. This is all part of His Royal Highness Crown Prince's vision of quality of life.
Okay. What impact do you expect Diriyah to have on Saudi Arabia's position in the world?
Well, we know that it will become one of the great gathering places. We already have substantial evidence of that. It will become a microcosm for all that's unique about Saudi. People will come next year, very, very big for us. February 22nd, 2027, our 300th birthday. So now, if you want to see where did Arabia originate, where did the House of Al Saud originate, what is uniquely Arabic, what is uniquely Saudi, Diriyah is that place. In the middle of what's going to become one of the great G20 metropolises of Riyadh, Diriyah is the jewel in the middle.
Okay, and we spoke exactly a year ago, and this is my last question to you. If we sit down again in a year or two from now, what do you hope to be telling me about where we are with this project? Yeah,
now we're in very, very substantial, good shape. I'm very proud of the team. We have 2 more years that are disruptive. 2026, even though there's a lot operating, and 2027, because we still have trucks and dust and noise and stuff. But by every year we will open, announce, and groundbreak. Now you're going to see 100 cranes on the new boulevard. Now, this time next year, you'll see the frame of the 20,000-seat arena. You'll see the frame coming up of the Opera House, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Contemporary Art Museum, the King Salman Mosque, the Grand Mosque. So every year you're going to see big, big, big advances. But then when you get to 2028, all of Diriyah, 14 kilometers, is walkable. And then when we get ready to host the greatest expo ever done, 2030, Diriyah will be a global masterpiece, and everybody around the world will say there's only one Diriyah.
Okay, Jerry, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, but I just wondered, before we wrap up, if you might be able to show me what Diriyah looks like out of that window on that terrace over there.
With the greatest of pleasure. Let's go.
Thank you. You lead the way. Now, Jerry, just to wrap up, when we spoke to Eric Trump a couple of months ago, he told us something that I now understand. He said he was blown away by the number of cranes on the skyline, which presumably means what we're looking at now over here outside your office is going to be a very different scene in a year from now.
Tremendously. There are 87 cranes here. Now, what Eric was talking about, the American record with Hudson Yards in New York is 16. That's 87, but people don't realize that Diriyah Square is almost done. By this time next year, those 87, 90 cranes will be down, and we'll move to Diriyah 2 to the new boulevard, which you can see the cranes already going up. And that will have 100 cranes, and that will be ready for 2029.
Well, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Jerry
Always a
Inzerillo,
pleasure,
thank you. Really appreciate it. That's all we have time for. Do stay with us here on Al Arabiya English. Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Now, as Saudi Arabia pushes ahead with Vision 2030 and its goal to attract 150 million visitors per year, places like this at Qiddiya City have a major part to play by reshaping the kingdom's tourism and entertainment landscape. Today we are at Aquarabia, which is just opening its doors to the public. This is the largest water theme park in the region, featuring more than 20 rides, many of them world record breakers. Well, sitting alongside Six Flags Qiddiya City, which itself is home to 28 attractions and some of the most ambitious roller coasters ever built, these two sites combined are creating thousands of jobs. So what does it take to build a destination of this scale, and what does it say about where Saudi Arabia is headed? Well, we're joined now by Brian McCammer, who is the president of the Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia theme parks. A very warm welcome to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brian, tell us first of all about Aquarabia. How did it come to be?
Well, this was one of the marquee attractions that was designed as part of the overall Qiddiya City destination. So dating back to probably 2018, the original concept for the park came about. The Aquarabia, the theming, the entire concept was homegrown. It's a fresh IP, brand new. You'll never find anything else in the world to match this theming that we have here. And so we took initial concept back in 2018, 2019, and took it through all the design phases, and here we are now, excited to be opening the park to the public.
And I mentioned Vision 2030 in my introduction, and I'm just wondering how you see Aquarabia fitting within that vision.
It's incredibly important part of it. It's the second major asset at the overall destination that's going to come online. Six Flags opened just a few months ago, and now the water park. They're very complementary of each other, I think, in the kingdom and at Qiddiya. A first water theme park in the region in the kingdom of this caliber, and it's just going to play an important role as the rest of the destinations and assets open in Qiddiya in the coming years.
Brian, what do you think these parks, Aquarabia and Six Flags, tell us about the general direction that Saudi Arabia is heading in?
Well, I think it's no hidden secret that everyone in the world loves to have fun. They like to visit theme parks, water parks. It's exciting now to have parks of this caliber in the kingdom here in Riyadh for the locals to visit. No longer do they need to travel to the outer regions and Europe and Asia, North America, et cetera, to visit. And this is also going to be a catalyst to drive tourism to Riyadh and to the kingdom.
How do you think Aquarabia compares to other offerings regionally, internationally? What do you think makes Aquarabia stand out?
It's really an unbelievable water park. I've been in the industry a long time, and I've never seen a water park of this caliber. The uniqueness of the rides, the location as we sit at the base of the Tuwaiq mountain range, 200-meter cliffs, the center of the park, Camel Rock, with a fine dining restaurant at the top of the mountain, multiple slides integrated into the mountain. It's just the whole setting, the theming, hearing the waves in the middle of Riyadh, in the middle of Saudi Arabia. It just transports you to another place.
Right, you're talking about Camel Rock, which for our viewers is up there, just over there. And what have we got over here? What's this?
So this is our wave pool, and you can see the foxes carved into the rocks. Throughout the park, we've got homage to the indigenous animals in the region, and basically they came to Aquarabia as a wellness spring. And so you'll see carvings throughout the park, and we use that to also identify various zones around the park. But this is probably one of the most popular attractions in the park, where you can basically float around, and it's good for all ages and just very popular.
I was going to say, who's the ideal customer here?
All of the above. Toddlers, we've got areas of the park designed for the younger kids, the tweens, the thrill attractions, those that just want to relax. We've got 81 amazing cabanas in the park that I've never seen. They're more similar to a hotel room that you can book during the day, and you can see them behind us around the pool. So you can basically, depending on the age of your family, you can get a cabana in whatever section of the park that fits your kids' needs and camp for the whole day. So.
And are you mostly do you expect to be mostly welcoming Saudi nationals, international visitors? What are you thinking?
So in the beginning, we're predominantly local market and Saudi-based visitation. Certainly then GCC, but the caliber of this park, the quality, the attractions at both the Six Flags and Aquarabia, they're of an international standard, and we're already seeing a lot of interest in overseas markets to come and visit the both parks.
Tell us about pricing. What's it going to cost for an adult to come in here?
Sure. So depending on times of the year, we'll have demand-based pricing. Currently, we have 350 SAR for an adult ticket. On a peak day, 325 SAR on a weekday.
Around the $100 US mark?
Yes, yes. And then children are a flat 200 SAR year-round. But I would say the big advantage would be we do family bundles, right? So for 1,000 SAR, you can get 5 tickets for your family, which is big in Saudi Arabia. There's a large population that has a lot of extended family, as well as annual passes, which will allow you to come year-round.
So that answers my next question, year-round. I was going to ask you what you're going to do during the hot summer months. I mean, does that change anything as far as your opening plans are concerned?
So both parks have a lot of designs into the park to manage the temperatures. A lot of shading around the park if it's during the daytime. But as we move into the stronger summers, we can shift the operating hours later in the afternoon into the evening. The park is designed to operate at nighttime, and actually it's probably more beautiful even at night with all the lighting, and so it's going to be designed to operate year-round, daytime, evening, based on the climate or the customer's preference.
This is an arid country, and we're quite far from the sea, and you've built a water theme park. I'm imagining there have been some challenges along the way. Just tell us a bit about them.
I think the biggest challenge would be the location was kind of a brownfield, as we called it. And so all of the infrastructure, roads, utilities, accommodations, staff housing, all had to be brought to the site. So that takes a lot of several years to put that in place. Once that's in place, now the additional assets that you can see coming online behind us have kind of paves the way for the future development and assets in the coming years.
When the project's success is discussed, how will you define success? What will success look like to you?
So I think when guests come to the park, I want to hear from the customer. I want to hear the feedback as a family. And the feedback I've received from many Saudis, when they come to the park, they felt they've been transported to another country. They never thought they would see something of this caliber, of this scale in Riyadh or in the kingdom. To me, that's the first accomplishment, right? We've built something that is amazing. It's going to be world-class operating standards, and that's going to be great, not just for our local market from a visitation, but it'll be enough to draw from a worldwide audience to come.
Okay. I mean, this is a business show. I'd like to talk about a couple of numbers with you, if that's all right. What sort of opportunities has this park, Aquarabia, created in terms of job opportunities in the area?
Well, I would say, between Six Flags and Aquarabia, we have over 2,000 employees. We have a heavy desire to employ Saudi nationals as a key priority for the project, and I'm happy to say that we're probably approximately 45% of our workforce is Saudi national. This is a new career opportunity, and we've tried to explain and show that just like in Orlando or in other parts of the world, this can be a long-term career. You can start out, as I did, at an entry-level position in food and beverage or aquatics, and through time and advancing yourself and your skills, you'll be able to make a lifelong career of this. And that's really our goal for all the assets within Qiddiya, is to show that this is a great growth opportunity from an employment perspective.
Okay, from a sustainability point of view, I mean, obviously managing water use and energy, presumably that's a key part of what you're focused on. How are you doing those things?
A lot of that goes into the initial design, the engineering of the parks. Many parks are decades old, 50 years, 70 years old, so they've got kind of legacy systems. Here we were able to design these parks with a lot of the modern technologies and monitoring systems. For example, BMS management systems that we can control, water temperatures, air conditioning, utilizing underground holding tanks so you don't have a massive water evaporation. So there's all of those planning that went into place in the initial design of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I thought evaporation would be a really big issue with the sorts of temperatures that can be reached. I mean, is that going to be a major challenge?
It's something that you can't avoid. However, I think we've put the best mitigation plans as possible, into the initial design of the park.
We talked about how there are a lot of standout rides, standout elements to Aquarabia. How are you going to make sure that you maintain those standout elements and stay ahead?
As any park, when we open, every attraction is new. to the visitors, and we take surveys, and we want to hear from our customers on a daily, weekly, ongoing basis. And we will, as we move into, say, year 2 or year 3 of operation, understand where we may have missed on the design. Do we need more attractions for thrill seekers or the toddlers or family attractions? And then that's what evolves into our planning, our capital investment, our capital projects on what we want to add or enhance in the park. Sometimes it's rides, sometimes it's things like toilets, prayer rooms, restaurants, retail. So that's something that we monitor ongoing as the park evolves.
All right, always looking to improve and evolve. A couple of partnerships. You've got a partnership, I gather, with Saudia. I mean, how important are partnerships in driving perhaps the international visitor numbers?
I think people like to have brand association. I think what I was very impressed with Qiddiya and the entire Vision 2030 is the collaboration and the willingness for corporations and companies within the kingdom in Riyadh to partner with us and support us. It's more of a collaboration. It's really a partnership. It's not a sponsorship term. It's a partnership, and it's been great to have some of the larger companies and organizations in the kingdom to come on board and partner with us.
Okay, and just lastly, obviously you're new, and lots of elements about it are going to be the novelty factor of Aquarabia. How are you going to keep the visitors coming back?
Well, we have the luxury of, we're the first 2 assets with Six Flags and Aquarabia. However, our Sir Nick Faldo golf course will be opening later this year. We have hotels coming online next year. Every 6 months, 9 months, year, there's going to be a new amazing asset opening at Qiddiya City, and that will, in my opinion, keep us, on a upward trajectory for the coming years, if not decades.
Well, it is just the beginning. It sounds like it's going to keep getting better and better. That's all we have time for. Many thanks indeed, Brian Markham, the president of Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia Water Theme Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal on Al Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready. Weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations with the invaluable aid of our supporting partner. We ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
There was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this, it's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. An air base, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skillet amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, olive trees all along.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out. Say again. Repeat. 2 kilometers west of Tab Lane. Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zayn al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zayn al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then we're told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zayn al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab Army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge? I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The Tamim soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hamaim, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Maimim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports. With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised.
Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance.
The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syria, they danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did. And Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Donald Trump has reverted back to his tried and tested playbook, talking tough on the eve of crucial talks. But will it work this time? The region is holding its breath ahead of a second round of US-Iran ceasefire negotiations. As we enter week 8 of the war, we'll debate the latest on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Big threats, bold statements and preemptive declarations of victory. President Trump's negotiating style may be unorthodox, but it has reaped rewards for the bombastic US leader. As the current ceasefire deadline fast approaches, the president was back at it. On social media, he wrote, "The United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy," he wrote. "They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy." That was his social media post. Over in the Oval Office, he had this to say.
They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no leaders, they have no nothing. Actually, their leaders are, it is regime change. You call that enforced regime change.
If that is indeed the case, then the question remains, why hasn't US military success translated into unequivocal victory over Iran? Tehran says the US is approaching the talks in bad faith and accuses the White House of not being serious about diplomacy. Trust between the two sides could hardly be lower. The US continues to blockade Iranian ports and Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz, each side blaming the other for bringing the ceasefire to breaking point. So where to from here? Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is the US preparing a return to war or will diplomacy prevail? How is the region adapting to the challenges posed by this conflict? And why hasn't there been a civilian uprising in Iran as the US and Israel anticipated? Joining us for this discussion is Mansour Ahmed Khan, former ambassador of Pakistan to Afghanistan, Austria, the Slovak Republic and the IAEA. He's now head at BCPR, a Pakistan-based strategic think tank. Ryan Morrow is joining us, counter-terrorism expert and president of the Morrow Institute. And rounding out this panel is Patrick Henningsen, a geopolitical analyst and executive editor at the news website 21st Century Wire. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here with us. Well, 4 to 6 weeks. That was President Trump's prediction for how long it would take for the US to destabilise the Iranian leadership, take out its military, particularly those ballistic missile capabilities, and shatter Iran's nuclear ambitions. Well, we're into week 8 now and fast approaching the end of the current deadline. To call the situation tense would be an understatement. But the Trump administration remains confident. Before we launch into the questions, I want you to take a listen to the US Energy Secretary, Chris Wright. Here's what he had to say over the weekend.
The president's using every way he can to get leverage over the regime to bring this conflict to an end. He's a creative negotiator. He uses pressure in different ways. He uses uncertainty in different ways. And I think, as you've seen over the last 16 months, it generally leads to good results. I don't think we'll see any surprises here. I think we'll have a nice end to this conflict.
Ryan, will we see a nice end to this conflict, or should the region be preparing for another surprise US attack, perhaps?
I would gamble heavily on the side of it not being a nice outcome. In fact, I think that'll probably become very clear in the next day or two. Now, the bigger question is, will we get to some type of settlement between the U.S., the Arab world, and the Iranian regime, and, of course, Israel and the other players involved? And I would say, well, we kind of have to. It's possible that the Iranian regime falls, but that's possible and been possible for a very long time. We've seen regimes that suddenly collapse. So the elements exist. But I wouldn't count on that being imminent or us having the intelligence to even know if it was imminent. And so I think the most likely outcome is probably more of a long-term ceasefire that occasionally is broken by one side blaming the other, but with the objective of being that the Iranian regime is weak enough that progress for the Abraham Accords, for example, can go forward, that peace can go forward. Hopefully the situation for the Iranian people is improved, but that as the Iranian regime acts up, then the U.S., Israel, and the Arab states even do have the option to neutralize threats on Iranian soil at will. That would seem to be a perhaps unstated but likely objective.
Mm-hmm. Ambassador, what do you think? Is Iran in the weaker position here, and will they accept a nice end, or do you think there's no such thing in these negotiations?
First of all, I think this war and all the wars are basically unnecessary wars, because if objectives have to be achieved, they can be achieved in a better way through diplomacy. But, you know, it never happens, and wars happen, and then wars have to be brought to an end through diplomacy. There is never a nicer end to the war, because they bring a lot of destruction, lot of humanitarian catastrophes we have seen in this war also. And now after, you know, almost 40 days since the war started on 28th of February, we are looking at diplomacy. Pakistan has been playing this role. Other countries have also been playing this role. Issues are very complex. Issues between United States and Iran, they are not just they have not been developed just during this war, but they are 47 years or even more old. And now, you know, we are at a stage where we are looking at some opportunity to reach a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire. Now, it depends whether we can go towards a comprehensive peace agreement. If suppose the parties agree on difficult issues like nuclear issue and Strait of Hormuz, and if there is, although their statements are not indicating until now, but if they reach some kind of understanding for developing a comprehensive agreement in next few weeks, and they develop a comprehensive agreement, then there can be a qualitative change in US and Iran relations. But, you know, it is very difficult to have this kind of optimism at this moment. So it is quite possible, as my previous speaker has also said, that there are complex issues, and it is quite possible that we see continuation of the conflict, if not in this form, maybe in Israel-Lebanon front or in some other parts. So it's a complex announcement, I think it will linger on for some time.
Before I bring you in, Patrick, I just want to ask you, Ambassador, to elaborate as well on this idea of a surprise US attack. We've seen so many times in the lead up to negotiations a major strike on behalf of the US. Should this region be preparing for a return to war before these talks even begin?
I hope not. I hope not, because I think, yes, we have seen it in the past. We have seen it last year. We have seen it this year when Oman was undertaking negotiations. But a lot of groundwork and preparatory work has gone in. And we are at a stage where we have already seen this war for, as you said, 6 to 8 weeks. So I think there is a desire. I see a desire in Iran. I see a desire in the United States in Washington. I see a desire in the region in the Arab world. I see a desire in Pakistan and other countries which are being affected. And I see a desire internationally in terms of international peace and security and international economy that this war should end. So I think I hope for Pakistan also, I hope that since Pakistan is playing that critical role, it should not turn out into, some kind of outcome where when the peace agreement is being negotiated or when peace negotiations are taking place and there is some kind of surprise element, as you have mentioned. So I hope optimism in Pakistan, there is a lot of optimism at the moment in Pakistan, in the region also, and everyone is hoping that everyone wants to bring this war to an end. So I think this war should end, but I don't know how we will reach or we will make progress towards a comprehensive agreement because the issues have been really complex.
Indeed. There seems to be still so much between them. Patrick, I could see you nodding your head at the beginning of the ambassador's comments there. Do you think there is the chance of a return to war before the ceasefire even begins? And what about this notion of optimism that the ambassador was talking about? Is there desire from Iran and the US to permanently end this?
I think we have to be optimistic for the benefit and welfare of the region and the world.
Is it realistic optimism, though?
But we have to be skeptical. And, as an analyst, you have to look at the pattern behavior. And the United States and Israel have a pattern of behavior of using high-level negotiations as cover for sneak attacks. So the idea of this talking point in Washington that Iran needs to show good faith, well, that's just kind of ridiculous, almost farcical, considering the United States and Israel have never shown good faith in any negotiations. Not only that, it doesn't look like they have the capability, the U.S., because the constant flip-flopping or moving the goalposts during negotiations. When they're in Islamabad, the U.S. tried to make a run with 2 U.S. destroyers through the Straits of Hormuz to create some kind of a provocation that would have upended those negotiations, which ended anyway after 21 hours. But so it doesn't look like the U.S. is agreement capable. And if you look at the flashpoints in Iran, in Gaza, in Russia, Ukraine, the Trump administration has failed miserably. It's been a disaster in terms of negotiations on all fronts. So it doesn't look like they have the personnel, that they have the discipline to reach an interim accord, which would lead to a treaty, which would mean an end to hostilities. That's what everybody needs. That's what everybody wants. But it doesn't look like they're going to do that because there's no good exit options for Donald Trump. If he can't admit defeat, that's politically impossible for this administration. And in terms of leaving Israel to fend for itself in the region, that's not going to happen either because of pressure from the Israeli lobby in the U.S. So you have 2 options. One is escalation by the U.S. and Israel, which looks like the more likely scenario. The other is neither of the above, which means for the U.S. to sort of declare a Pyrrhic victory and make a PR type of victory and then back off, but leave the door open for future attacks over the duration of this administration for the next 2 years. So in my view, it's going to be one of those 2 things.
Man, I'm sorry, there's just no nuance there. I mean, right before the 12-day war began, you had the IAEA declaring Iran in non-compliance because they were refusing to cooperate and being deceptive about their nuclear program. I mean, that was just reflexively taking the side
No,
of West adversaries.
That's a lie.
No,
that's
Patrick,
a lie.
hold on one second.
You're lying.
Because you have a history
Both
of
U.S.
associating
intelligence
with
assessments,
official
two
influence
successive
by the U.S. and
U.S.
European
intelligence
governments
assessments
for being
have said
influence
Iran
agents
is
for
not
the Russian
pursuing
government
a nuclear
and
weapon.
are pro-Iran.
You're just pushing propaganda.
When you're associated with RT,
just pushing.
Okay. All right,
if you're
one at a time.
Alexander
One at a time.
Dugin on X.
Ryan, you respond, and then Patrick, I'm going to let you have a retaliation.
That's a propagandist.
Ryan, you're making a fool out of yourself on global television. Well done.
No, but if I can intervene just
likewise, you tout Alexander Dugin on X, so you're making a fool out of yourself on global social media. I mean,
I don't quote Alexander Dugin. You're lying.
In America,
look,
and you're embracing
who are you?
Foreign hostile governments.
Who are you, Ryan? Who are you working for, Ryan? Because I don't quote Alexander
Myself,
Dugin.
I'm self-employed.
What are you talking
Have you gotten
about?
money from RT?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You got an official page on their website.
What is this?
Okay, all right.
I have to ask the host. What are you doing? Host,
we're going to. We won't go into some individual personal attacks.
Is this a hijacking?
This is absolutely
not.
Let's bring in the ambassador to weigh in on the discussion.
Who is Ryan? Who is this person? Who is this person? Who do they work for?
Yeah, no, let's not get into personal. I think what I would like to intervene here is that when the 2 points which you were discussing about Iran's compliance on nuclear issues or the Strait of Hormuz issue, I think what will be the logic or rationale for the US at this moment to continue the war when there are very good chances of getting a very good deal on nuclear issues, because all the indications are that Iran was ready to offer a deal on nuclear issues in Oman, and now Iran is maybe ready to give even better nuclear deal for the sake of peace in a peace agreement with the United States and for peace and stability in the region, and also Strait of Hormuz. If there is an agreement between US and Iran at this stage, it can lead to better operationality and functionality of the Strait of Hormuz. So I think let's not. I think just try to see what United States or any other country. The case of Israel is different. Israel may have different objectives, but if you look from the perspective of major global or regional countries, I think they want this war to end right now. And whether it is a sustainable end or whether it is a very short-term end, it is only time will tell. But I think countries want to end this war.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, do you think the US wants to end this war? And President Trump often, on the eve of these sorts of talks, will up the ante. He's said that he will flatten Iran's civilian infrastructure. And that sort of bombastic talk has worked in the past. It's got him to where he wants to be in negotiations. Will it work this time around? It doesn't seem like Iran is intimidated by the president like they have perhaps been in the past.
Well, I would suspect that they're intimidated, but if you follow an ideology like the Iranian regime does, that would view death as martyrdom, and you kind of have this end times apocalyptic worldview of things, then that's going to have limited effect. I'm not a fan of rhetoric like that. I do understand the argument saying that in the Middle East, that type of rhetoric is just flying around all the time. So it's not the same thing as in a domestic American context. It's a little bit more normal over there. But I'm still not a fan of it. I understand that you need to be tough, and the U.S. does have a military advantage. It makes sense to utilize that in order to try to get Iran to cave to their, I think, very reasonable demands on the part of the U.S. And the Western world. But I would agree that the rhetoric doesn't have to go into, destroying an entire country.
Mm. Patrick, do you think this kind of negotiating strategy adopted by the president is going to be proven effective this time around? Or do you think that the level of deterrence from these sorts of threats is starting to wear thin because it doesn't materialise?
Well, before I answer that question, your other guest, Ryan, accused me of being paid by RT. I have my own media outlet, 21st Century Wire. It's been running since 2009, which is longer than Ryan's been doing propaganda for the U.S. and Israeli government. But I don't get paid by RT. So that's just libel.
In the past.
Okay, all right. Yes. Thank you for clarifying that.
That's just libel.
In the past,
it's libel, and you're doing that. And you're doing that on global TV, Ryan. So you've shown everybody what you're about, who you are. Okay. Yep. Now to answer the question. Now to answer the host question, there are no negotiation tactics by the Trump administration. They're going to net any sort of sustainable political settlement. And what you have is just constant flip-flopping, constant changing, withdrawing, and then coming back again with a different position, doing things in midstream. As we saw from Islamabad, the team they sent, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, effectively two Israeli assets or glorified Israeli emissaries who have no track record of any success in any of these failed negotiations, and J.D. Vance, who we now know was on the phone to Donald Trump over a dozen times, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's the vice president of the United States, who has zero decision-making capability, zero agency, who's really just there as window dressing to make the negotiations look legitimate because of all the criticism that Kushner and Witkoff have been receiving. So if that's the negotiation team, I think there's 0% chance of success. And again, if you look at the previous pattern, it's predictable. The United States has used high-level negotiations as a facade to prepare to reload and rearm, and I believe that's what's going to happen.
Ambassador, what do you make of that? Because Pakistan's aspirations as a global mediator really rest on this. Is there 0% chance of success?
Not only Pakistan's prospects as a peace builder or Pakistan's role as a mediator or peace builder, but Pakistan is seriously affected by this war. Pakistan has a 1,000-kilometer long border with Iran. Iran is a neighboring country. Pakistan has very close strategic and economic relations with Arab world. With Saudi Arabia, we have a defense pact. And we have very close and relations which we have to closely balance between United States and China as two global powers. So if nothing comes out of these talks, it will definitely, Pakistan will feel the pain, Pakistan will be hurt, and Pakistan has made a lot of input into this effort for bringing peace. I think, yes, we, as Patrick has mentioned, that there has been this pattern of, using the negotiation process and then launching attacks. But now, at this moment, lot of groundwork, lot of homework has gone into this effort, into this peace effort. There was an Islamabad first round of Islamabad talks. After that, Field Marshal Asim Munir visited Tehran and had very close negotiations, very close engagement on all these crucial points with the Iranian leadership, all flanks of Iranian leadership. And then he is also closely in touch with, Pakistan's Prime Minister went to Arab world and to Turkey, to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, and our leadership is closely in touch with also Washington and United States. So I think my own assessment, my own view, and the information I'm getting from Islamabad is that there is a lot of optimism. People are waiting for these negotiations to happen, and there is a feeling that all the parties at this moment are interested to bring this war to an end. So I think, with due respect, slightly disagree with this perspective or with this position that maybe this negotiation process or this segment of negotiations again will be used to level another attack against Iran. If that happens, it will be unfortunate. It will not be good for the peace process in general. But I think there is more optimism at this moment, not only in Pakistan, but also if you see statements from other countries, supportive statements from other countries, supportive messages from other countries coming to Pakistani leadership, coming to the regional leadership, that this war should now end.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, why hasn't US military success translated into an unequivocal victory here? And And does that in any way damage US military credibility?
It shouldn't damage U.S. military credibility if it's properly understood that you have two governments that just have interests that are not reconcilable, and each one is hoping that the other side caves. So that's not a reflection on...
But if the US military was as strong as the president continues to say it is, that, you know, overwhelming military strength, shouldn't they be able to make Iran cave?
Well, they stopped the strikes. I mean, Iran, the U.S. military does have the ability to force that regime out of power. I'm not advocating doing that, but I'm saying that capability exists. I mean, the U.S. military is dominant. Then there's the question of translating that into political success, but that's not a reflection on the performance of the U.S. military per se. But I think what you have is really, I think it's actually very clear. You have the U.S., Israel, and the Arab world that, again, understandably, wants Iran's nuclear program gone, the ballistic missile program, if not gone, then severely limited, and probably to have the option to strike gathering threats on Iranian soil if they have to in the future, and hope that that leads to an advancement of the Abraham Accords. And then you have the Iranian regime that wants to stay in power and then openly does things like citing apocalyptic end times prophecy. They have values like jihad, so dying to them, it's not viewed in the same way as it is in the Western context. And so then for them, that's unacceptable because they view having those weapons as necessary for staying in power. So it's hard to come to necessarily an agreement. You can come to a stalemate that then is accompanied by a ceasefire that comes and goes. I could see that happening.
Patrick, I can see you nodding your head.
Well, first of all, the U.S., the Trump administration is living in its own little propaganda bubble, and they have been for the duration of this conflict. We were told that the Iranian regime was on its last legs during the so-called protests, that Donald Trump later admitted that he was trafficking weapons into the hands of these so-called peaceful protesters, as the president said that himself recently, probably by accident. He was probably boasting. But anyway, he also repeated the lie that Iran slaughtered 45,000 of its own people during these protesters. Those claims are coming from U.S.-based Iranian human rights NGOs funded by the State Department and the National Endowment for Democracy, as well as the Iran News International, which is an admitted Israeli propaganda clearinghouse. So those were those terms come from, but Donald Trump repeats them as part of the propaganda campaign to, again, to give a moral justification for this. The idea that the regime was going to collapse is a complete fantasy. In fact, the opposite. Under threats, the solidarity in Iranian society has increased. The country has come together. That's just a fact. Anybody who knows about Iranian politics and society, that doesn't surprise them at all. It's an Islamic republic. It's not a dictatorial theocracy. It's an Islamic republic. The word is the republic. So the fact that they killed the supreme leader means that increased the cohesiveness of Iranian society. And probably this bombing run by the United States and Israel have increased the resilience of the Islamic Revolution for the next 50 years. So they've really shot themselves in the foot in the United States and Israel, thinking that by doing this to the Iranians that they would somehow crumble and fall apart, and just the opposite has happened. It's worse than it was before the war from a U.S. and Israeli perspective, but they'll never admit that in Washington or Israel because, of course, Donald Trump can do no wrong. And end times prophecies, which Ryan's talking about, are you serious? Pete Hegseth quoting fake Bible verses, calling this a holy war, invoking Jesus as the bombs drop. The religious extremism from the Secretary of War, from Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, from Donald Trump's cabinet. That's the real religious extremism. These are the people, these Christian Zionists, that are pushing an end times eschatological, crazy, fanatical religious extremist narrative.
If I can add just a couple of sentences, in modern warfare or in modern power calculations, now two concepts are becoming important. Number one is strategic disparity. Here in this case, we see that United States is much more powerful than, maybe compared to Iran. United States has a powerful military. United States has a powerful air force. United States has much more effective weapon systems than Iran. But then there is the other concept of strategic limitations. And the strategic limitations means that major powers, big global powers, cannot achieve everything or cannot achieve every single objective when they are using this kind of power against a very distant country in a totally different region. Maybe a Venezuela-like operation can have some success, but a bigger war imposed on a country like Iran, it is very difficult. And with this now, we are entering into a new era of power calculations where middle powers are emerging, which are developing their own military strengths, their own capacities to respond to major powers, and it is not the the era of wars which we have seen in the past, maybe in past few decades. So these are, I think, new concepts which are emerging and are becoming part of international politics, and therefore global powers and regional powers will also have to calculate these kind of adventures or wars more carefully and more cautiously in future.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, you wanted to jump in as well off the back of Patrick's comments. I'll give you a right of reply and then I'm going to move us on to another topic.
Sure. So there's a difference between citing end times prophecies that are actually mandating jihad and talking about essentially conquering the Middle East and destroying Israel versus the references to prophecies that you'll get from standard Christians in the United States, which isn't that we're trying to make those things happen. We're not called to engage in that type of warfare. Now, what you will see us say is that according to Judeo-Christian ethics, do we believe that this is a just war? Sure, and then there'll be citations to biblical verses. But there's no one saying, oh, in order to make Jesus come back and establish a Judeo-Christian theocracy, we need to go and kill, millions of people engaged in this war. I've never heard that. I've gone to a lot of churches, and I mean, I've seen the same statements that you have. I think that's being misinterpreted. I can understand why it gets misinterpreted, but it's being misinterpreted.
Patrick, do you want to respond?
Not really. I think Ryan's just hung himself on the answer, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, look, I'm going to move us on so that we can cover off on some more topics, because although uncertainty remains, as we've been discussing, as to how this war will end, one thing is certain, and that's the fact that the region itself has dramatically changed. It can't easily just snap back to its pre-Iran war state anymore. Regional alliances have been tested. The global balance of power has been called into question. The Strait of Hormuz as a free shipping lane may be a thing of the past. And the future of US bases in the region could also be uncertain. A prominent Emirati scholar has suggested that whilst the US-UAE relationship is important, the time has come to question whether US bases are necessary for their defence. Ambassador, will the region rethink their security strategy, one that involves hosting military bases? Or do you think the opposite will occur? Will this reinforce why the region needs US bases?
I think it will be the decisions of these regional countries whether to continue hosting US bases or not. I think this is something they have to decide. But yes, I agree with your comment that the region has gone a major change after this Iran war. And after this Iran war, we have seen actually even before this Iran war, new alliances or new engagements and strategic partnerships emerging. I refer to, for example, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia Defense Pact. Mm-hmm. And I think, as I see, and most of the strategic analysts here in Pakistan or in the region or at global level are trying to see that there will be changes in the regional security architecture once the Iran war concludes, Iran war ends, and a peace agreement is reached. And this will be through regional partnerships, because the presence of US bases has shown its limitations for the Arab countries or for the Gulf countries in which these bases have been based. And now it will be up to these Arab countries who will be now required to see what is the utility of these bases, how these can be retained. If they are retained, what kind of role they will be playing, and what kind of new alliances will be emerging. For example, you have seen in this peace process also Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt have held very close consultations, and they can move forward and develop some kind of block. Maybe at some stage, once there is more clarity in these evolving structures, China or some other powers also join. So yes, I think in terms of speaking in very constructive terms, a new security architecture is the need of the region, will be required, and will be required for addressing the regional issues in a better way, whether it is Iran's nuclear issue, whether it is free shipping in Hormuz, because it is important for economy, not only economy of the region, economy of the Gulf countries, economy of Iran, and international economy. We have seen oil prices, taking a big jump and making life in every country very difficult. So I think, yes, we will be seeing developments in terms of, realignment or evolution or development of new security mechanisms and security cooperation partnerships.
Ryan, do you think there are limitations to the benefits of hosting US military bases? And do you think there is a risk that some of the regional allies that the US maintains may start to question whether that is something they want to continue in the future?
There are always limitations, but I think after you had Iran lobbing missiles in really a self-injurious way just throughout the region, just continuously, especially after the neighbors to Iran had done some diplomatic outreach leading up to this, hoping to spare themselves from that. I think the only conclusion that the Arab world can reach is that they need anti-aircraft systems, anti-missile systems from the U.S., Ukraine, from other countries in order to defend themselves, because whether they agree with the conflict or not, you have to prepare for it to break out. And so if you have missiles falling on your oil sites and your airports and all that, you're going to do what you need to do to stop that from happening again. Whether it affects the international politics, I still think that the Iranian regime is in a much weaker spot now. So I would actually think that the Arab states are going to, once the conflict simmers down, feel safer. But I think that with the real experience of having the missiles land in their territory, they are going to invest in defending themselves from that. I mean, it's common sense.
Patrick?
I think Ryan left out the important part of the story conveniently, which is that the U.S. started the war. The U.S. and Israel started this war, not Iran. And rather than provide protection for the Gulf Arab states, the United States bases there have drawn fire as a result. They're a liability. And Ryan admitted by accident what it really is a protection racket. You must buy weapons and air defense systems from the United States. So Ryan's acting as a type of a sales rep there, pushing U.S. arms sales. That protection racket, unfortunately, the bottom has fallen out of it because of this conflict. And I think a lot of people around the Gulf, and what my esteemed colleague from Pakistan said was correct. There needs to be a new security architecture for West Asia, but it's not going to be an externally imposed security architecture. It needs to be by the region and for the region. And that does not mean the United States is going to be involved in that. The United States, unfortunately, has basically, by starting this war with Israel, has basically played its final card and in the region, and it will never be the same. The U.S. cannot recoup its positions in the military bases that have been completely destroyed around the region. That's not going to happen. We're already seeing Qatar and other GCC countries talk with a more sane approach, looking forward and in their best interests as well as the region. The problem in the region, the biggest threat to security is Israel. That's pretty clear. They've already bombed 6 countries in the region, and the United States, who has also bombed not just Iran, but has also attacked Iraq as well over the last month, so as well as Yemen. So the aggressors here are pretty clear. It's the United States and Israel. And the region has a right to defend itself, to steal a famous term from Israel.
I mean, we should...
Regardless of who you blame, if you have missiles landing on your territory, you're going to buy defenses against those missiles.
It's not about blaming,
Ryan.
How that it's just a fact.
That analysis at all.
The U.S. started the war. It's just a fact. It's not about blaming. This isn't about blaming. It's about facts. The U.S. and Israel started an illegal, undeclared war of aggression. So at that point, they forfeit any rights to work within what they call their rights. They don't have rights at that point. If you agree with international law, unfortunately, you have a president in Washington that says he doesn't need international law, that he works on his gut feeling. Okay. How long is that going to get you down the road? Not very far. People in the region, I think, are very well aware they're dealing with an unstable rogue state in Washington and in Tel Aviv.
We should add that even though there are questions regarding defence, these regional countries have reasserted their value and their dedication to the strategic alliance with the United States that goes beyond defence, so into things like energy, business, AI. Those kind of bonds aren't likely to break because of this conflict. But Ambassador, something you discussed sort of raises the broader issue that I think the region is grappling with. Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt and Pakistan, as you mentioned, have started holding regular consultations on matters of mutual interest. Do you think that we're going to see more of that now, a more diversification of security arrangements in this uncertain global order? And is that going to be to the detriment of the US?
The bigger challenge in this uncertain global order is that the polarization has continued to increase. For a few years we have been seeing that the order has been changing from unipolar order to a multipolar order. But at the same time, we have been seeing the weakening of United Nations as an organization which can play a role in terms of stabilizing international peace and security, and play a role in terms of rule-setting organizations for the international economics and other issues. And because the United Nations or any supra-multilateral body has not been able to play the role of rule-setting games, we see increasing polarization. Now, the risk here in the region is also that as Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, and some other like-minded countries may be moving towards developing a new security architecture or new strategic partnership among them, but there can be other competing strategic partnerships. Like Pakistan has an antagonistic relationship with India, and we fought a war with India last year, and India, Israel, or any other global powers, if they form another alliance and these alliances start competing with each other, so we will continue to live in unsafe world, more challenged world, and more challenges will continue to haunt the international peace and stability. For that, the bigger thing that needs to happen, that the countries, the UN member states, have to play a role in terms of reviving a very stabilizing role of the United Nations. The stabilizing role of the United Nations is missing, and that is why we are looking at more and more wars, more and more conflicts, more and more disputes, and no settlement mechanism. So I think, although it is a very idealistic thing which I am talking about, but that is, I think, a solution which the international community should seek.
Ryan, do you think that this, as the ambassador said, this multipolar world order is clearly is more prominent? This unipolar world order is under threat. Does that put the US in a weakened global position?
No, I think the U.S. has gotten a lot stronger, actually. If you look at what happened to Maduro, if you look at what was U.S. military dominance over in Iranian skies, you look at Ukraine's performance against the Russians, Ukraine being a much smaller country, and look at their advancements. I actually think that the U.S. and its allies are in a stronger position, increasingly strong, and that countries, including in the Middle East, if you have to choose between betting your future militarily, economically, politically with the U.S. and its allies, or Iran or Russia, North Korea and China, I think that's a pretty easy choice. So this talk of America being defeated, the only way that makes sense is if you make the bar so high it becomes impossible to reach. I don't know what other metric could be used to try to make that argument. And by the way, I think it's also very hard for me to believe that the Iranian people, the protesters against the regime, would suddenly believe in the Islamic Revolution that they protested and has killed them and jailed them because the U.S. bombed the regime that was oppressing and killing them. That just doesn't. That just doesn't make sense. I can see the argument saying, "Oh, the regime, might have different people in power that are closer." I can see that argument. I can't see the argument that the Iranian people would become radicalized and want an Islamist theocracy all of a sudden when they opposed it before.
Mm-hmm. All right, Patrick, a couple of things for you to respond to before I move to our final question there. The issue there about the Iranian society, but also is the US in a stronger position now?
Well, if you think piracy is a long-term strategic, successful strategic plan, then yeah, fine. But piracy is not. The U.S. has openly said they're going to steal the oil, take the oil from Venezuela. Donald Trump has said he's going to take Cuba. He's going to take it. Whatever's there, he's going to take it, invade it, attack it. That could happen in a matter of months. Take Greenland, take the Iranian oil. So that's hijacking tankers on the high seas, pursuing Russian oil, whether it's under the sort of spurious banner of sanctions. The U.S. has expended all of its goodwill internationally. Politically, it's in its weakest position ever. This is probably the worst administration in terms of ruining the U.S. reputation internationally. That's without a doubt. That will be Donald Trump's legacy. So you're seeing a late-stage empire flailing right now, and Trump is just the avatar for that. In terms of the comments by Ryan about Iranian society, he's just kind of demonstrating he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if you've ever been to Iran, or you've studied Iranian politics, or you've studied the Islamic Revolution, it's not the only Islamic republic in the region. Pakistan is also an Islamic republic. So it is a model of government that has been successful and resilient despite being under 47 years of sanctions. And there are not throngs of protesters wanting to overthrow the Iranian government, and people will come out in the millions as they did during the National Day, right around the same time Benjamin Netanyahu rolled up to the United States to sell the war to Trump. 2 million people came out on the streets of Tehran to support the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who the U.S. and Israel assassinated. So they showed, under threat, they showed solidarity nationally. People all over the country, 20 million people were out on the street during that week of February, supporting the government. Okay, so to say the U.S. Or Israeli propaganda talking point, or the Pahlavi royalist talking point that everybody is waiting to overthrow the quote theocracy or whatever in Iran, that's just fantasy. That's just propaganda. The reality says something completely different. You've just lost that liberal Western or pro-Western generation that you were cultivating to try to do a color revolution in Iran. You've lost them by carpet bombing and killing Iranian children, girls, hitting schools, bombing 30 universities, targeting 30 universities in Iran, hitting infrastructure, killing people left, right, and center, and then threatening total civilizational annihilation. You can't row that back, Ryan. It's finished. You can't undo. The world can't unsee what Donald Trump and the U.S. have done. The threats Pete Hegseth made to bomb a country into the Stone Age.
Okay.
You can't row it back. I'm sorry. It's done.
Okay. A very brief response from you, Ryan, because I need to move us to our final question there.
I mean, what else can you expect from someone who associates so long with Russian influence agents? I mean, that is what they're saying. So that point of view
nice
is
cope.
represented.
That's a great cope.
And so,
great cope, Ryan.
And just hold on a second. And as for the issue
you don't
of
have
the
an argument.
I mean,
You don't have an argument,
You're going to have people who are going to cite the millions of people who have protested the regime at the same time as people are going to then cite the people who protested in favor of the regime. So you're going to get those claims from both sides. And so people are just going to have to decide which side of that argument they're going to want to believe. What's more likely, that the Iranian people genuinely oppose a theocracy, and yes, it's a theocracy, that engages in that type of behavior, or do they somehow like it and then like it even more after protesting it and getting shot in the streets. I'll just have to let people decide what makes more sense.
Okay, all right. And I'm going to put a pin in that discussion there because we're running out of time. I've only got time for one last very brief answer from each of you. So we'll leave that civil uprising question for another day. Let me put this to you, Ambassador. I'm going to ask you first. Last week, when President Trump announced the ceasefire in Lebanon, he did this before Prime Minister Netanyahu could consult with his cabinet. We're talking about the changes to the region, how alliances are shifting across the Middle East. Do you think we could be seeing a shift in the Israeli-American relationship, at least in private, because President Trump didn't consult with Prime Minister Netanyahu on this?
Because, when this ceasefire was being worked out, at the last moment, since Israel had undertook attacks on Lebanon, so there was a threat that entire peace process will be destabilized, entire peace process will be disrupted, and therefore the leadership from various parts of the world approached the U.S. president and requested that Israel-Lebanon ceasefire will be an important part of the overall peace process, meaning that if Israel continues to attack Lebanon, then it will be very difficult to negotiate peace between U.S. and Iran, and that remains a reality even today. So that is why I think we saw then the U.S. administration used its influence with Iran very quietly, very confidentially, and they were able to have a ceasefire. I think it is a 10 days ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, which is now in force at the moment. So I think this will have to be, Israel, Lebanon part will remain. Israel, Lebanon equation will remain part of the entire peace equation. And if we have to see a comprehensive peace emerging from Islamabad and then finalizing it into some kind of a peace agreement, a permanent peace agreement between US and Iran, some kind of differences will have to be reached with regard to that nothing, disrupts or abruptly ends this some kind of, attacks by Israel on Lebanon. So this has to be the part of the whole peace process.
Ryan, do you think that this conflict has changed the US-Israeli relationship? Has it illustrated that President Trump is willing to do whatever it takes to get the deal done, even if that means going against what he knows the Israeli Prime Minister wants?
I don't think so. I think that the U.S. and Israeli relationship is actually stronger. It's true that Trump is a bit of an independent actor in many ways. And so is it possible that he agrees to a deal that Israel's not fond of? That is possible. But so far what we've seen is that he does take into account Israeli interests and the Israeli point of view. And that's because of this U.S.-Israeli alliance that I think is multi-layered. But at the same time, when you point out these differences, both in personality between the two governments, and then the times that the U.S. and Israel disagree and clash on policy, it makes it very hard to believe this narrative that the Zionists and the Jews just puppeteer the U.S. and it's not like a real democracy or free country because there's this global conspiracy, which is kind of like the underpinning of a lot of this talk that demonizes the West reflexively at every turn without any nuance.
Okay. Before we run out of time, Patrick, your take on that, the US-Israeli relationship. We're talking about regional change. Is that one of the big regional changes this war has sparked?
It's not clear that that's going to be the case. There might be some superficial maneuvering for public relations purposes by the Trump administration because his base is basically degraded because of his slavish support for Israel and the fact that the Israeli lobby purchased this president for about $250 million in the last election cycle. That's admitted. Trump's even groveled to Miriam Adelson on that basis, as well as in the Israeli Knesset. So you can't separate this president, this administration from Israel. It's just not not going to happen. In terms of Lebanon, what Israel's doing is basically ethnic cleansing and bombing civilian populations, densely populated areas in Lebanon, in Beirut, erasing whole villages. They broke the ceasefire from the first day. So there is no ceasefire with Lebanon and Israel. They even wired infrastructure for explosives and are claiming that's not a violation of the ceasefire because they didn't fire any artillery or drop any bombs. That's how ridiculous and what a farce this framing of the Lebanese situation is. These are war crimes. These are crimes against humanity. Where are the sanctions? You know, where's the condemnation from the Europeans, from anyone in the U.S.? They don't mind because it's Israel. Israel can do as it wants, and this is proving it. The situation in Lebanon's proof that Israel has total impunity in the eyes of the United States. And until that changes, we're just going to have a long, simmering, burning conflict in this region. It's never going to end until that changes.
Gentlemen, your opinions, your perspectives have been illuminating and so interesting for our audience. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so I'm going to leave it there. But Mansour Ahmed Khan, former Pakistani ambassador, thank you to you, sir. Ryan Morrow, counter-terrorism expert and president of the Morrow Institute, and Patrick Henningsen, geopolitical analyst and executive editor of the news website 21st Century Wire. To all of you, thank you for joining us on Counterpoints. And to our audience, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. You can, of course, keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. In a rare public statement, Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei has vowed that the country won't give up its nuclear and missile capabilities. He also declared the US's defeat and stated that if Washington renews attacks, it would respond with long and painful strikes. It comes as Trump is set to be briefed on new plans for potential military action against Iran, according to a report by Axios. It says that the US Central Command has prepared a plan for short and powerful wave of attacks. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. Shane and Gemma, as always, great to have you on the show with me. Gemma, let's start with you because we got this statement from Iran's Supreme Leader, and what did he have to say?
He had a lot to say, and he said it quite powerfully. So he was speaking to mark Persian Gulf Day, and he did not hold back in a speech which was delivered on Iranian state television. Now, as expected, the Strait of Hormuz and the country's nuclear and missile programs were front and center in what was a defiant and openly hostile speech, which rejected US legitimacy in the region, offered zero hint of compromise and left no one under any illusion that Iran is seeking a quick de-escalation on US terms. So as we know, Khamenei has not been seen or heard in public. So his statement was read out by a news anchor. And part of it, he called the US the world's bullies in the region, said that their disgraceful defeat in its plans would lead to a, quote, new chapter, which was unfolding for the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Now, in the speech, he also said that Tehran would secure the Gulf region and eliminate what he described as the enemy's abuses of the waterway. Now, this new chapter, I'm sure, is going to, sort of open up a lot of conversations, because obviously no one quite knows what that means. But I think we must assume that it does refer to the Strait of Hormuz and what Iran's plans, because he also said in the speech that new management of the strait will bring comfort and progress for the benefit of all nations, and economic blessings will bring joy to the hearts of the people. So we can assume there's perhaps some toll or taxation in the offing. Now, he also,
No, sorry, Gemma, carry on.
He also warned that foreigners who maliciously covet the strait from thousands of kilometres away have no place there except at the bottom of its waters. So very strong and defiant terms. Now, obviously, he also touched on Iran's nuclear program, and he said that Iran would be guarding its technological capabilities to nuclear to missile, and will guard it like their maritime, land and air borders. So very strong wording, zero, there's zero chance here of de-escalation or compromise, just a very strong speech.
And as you said, very strong speech, Gemma, and many analysts are reading between the lines thinking, is this Iran now saying that we're going from a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz to signalling that we are now going to govern it for months to come and in the future, and claim sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz? So lots to be dissected when it comes to the Supreme Leader's latest statement. But Shane, we are also hearing rhetoric coming out of the US. What are we expected to hear regarding fresh military action by America?
So there's a lot going on in America today. So the main one is that the main U.S. military leaders, which include Admiral Brad Cooper, and remember that name because I'll come back to it in a little bit, because he's the head of the Central Command. So he's due to brief Donald Trump later today on Thursday. But at the same time, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who's known for being sort of pro-military action, obviously. And then we've also got General Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So these are all going to be giving briefings first to the Senate, and then they will brief the White House afterwards. But a lot of the what we're discussing is coming from reports from Axios, which has come out, and they were talking to various different sources. And as you said earlier, the plan that they're allegedly going to be giving to Trump is of a short and powerful wave of strikes, which sounds sort of fairly vague, to be honest, and it sort of contradicts some of what Trump has already said, which I'll come to later. And what they were saying in the reports is that it will include infrastructure targets, but also ways to remove the bottleneck that is on the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping. And they had a source saying that it could include sort of ground forces, so that's escalating it further. But I think there's two things to watch in this. We mentioned Brad Cooper before, and he's quite famous because he was the one that briefed Donald Trump on February 26th, 2 days before the US and Israel launched their attack on Iran. So he obviously has history in terms of what his sort of policy is going to be like. But then at the same time, Donald Trump told the same media outlet on Wednesday that he thought that the blockade that the US has put in place was a lot more an effective negotiating tool than the actual bombing campaign was at the start of the campaign. So I think a lot of this is sort of rhetoric building up to the next sort of round of negotiations, because Pakistan, which is the moderator, has said that the second round towards the end of last week didn't really get anywhere. But the latest sort of revised Iranian plan that they're going to present to the US is going to happen tomorrow. So I kind of think a lot of this is the theater of war, and I don't think it's as ramped up to the level of when Trump before said that, you know, he was going to wipe this as a civilization out tonight, and then we had a sort of a ceasefire and some semi-resolution soon afterwards. So I think, yes, there's going to be the presentation, but I think Trump is on the record of saying that this blockade and the sort of stranglehold over the Straits will go on for a couple of months, and I think that is generally what a lot of the analysts seem to be anticipating is what is going to happen.
And right now it's quite difficult to anticipate what is going to happen. And Gemma, just a final thought for you, because the IRGC did hit back today and said if there were these strikes on Iran, they would indeed retaliate. And many people are asking the same question, who's going to blink first? Because right now, even though there's a ceasefire in place, there's the stalemate. As Shane said, these diplomatic talks in Pakistan haven't actually come to light.
Yeah, I actually think both nations are looking for that off-ramp. But I think at the moment it's such a huge situation that it needs to be broken down into smaller parts. You know, let's focus first on reopening Hormuz. You know, let's offer sanctions relief in exchange for, you know, something like shipping security. And I think the US needs to start working towards a compromise on the nuclear issue. But I do think both nations are looking for a way out of this. And I wonder if the US could perhaps be the bigger man and, you know, be the ones who offer the olive branch, and they could come out of it looking a lot better.
It will be interesting to see. Obviously, as we said, Donald Trump has that briefing today on options militarily in Iran. And as we always say, time will tell. Stay right there as we move on to another story. And oil prices have soared to their highest level since 2022, surpassing $126 a barrel. It comes as the US military is set to brief President Donald Trump on potential new military action in the Iran war. The Speaker of Iran's parliament has also mocked the US over the surging oil prices. Shane, oil hitting $126 briefly, back down again, whipsawing today on a lot of headlines. But this is a 13% surge in 24 hours. What has really spooked the oil markets?
Well, I think there's two things, and it's obviously linked to what I was talking about just before, in that Donald Trump talking about how the blockade is proving more effective a negotiating tactic than the actual bombing was at the early stages of it. So that, and he's been said that this is likely to drag on for a couple of months. And I think, so there's that needs to be factored into the price. And he said that, you know, on Wednesday, and that was when the sort of oil spike began to happen. But the other thing is, and we were talking about this yesterday in the AGBI office, that the oil price didn't seem to sort of surge to huge levels that we're expecting, like you mentioned before, 2022, and that was when Russia invaded Ukraine, and that eventually went up to 139. And we were discussing about how traders just seemed very optimistic, but I think that optimism faded in the last 24 hours, which is why we saw the spike. And I think traders just realized that, okay, if Donald Trump is saying this blockade of the important straits, which is, you know, where previously 20% of all of the oil for the world went through, if that's going to continue, they've just realized that this is just what they've described as the new reality. So the world is just going to have to get used to sort of these prices of definitely over 100. And at the moment, it's 114, I just looked at. So it has come down a bit, but without getting into sort of the technicalities of like how these sort of Brent crude futures work, is that sort of what you're sort of talking about now is what price you're going to pay in roughly 2 months' time. And, you know, so we were previously talking about like June prices. So it's very traditional. If you look, I looked back at previous trends towards the end of every month, because that's when monthly contracts are starting to expire, and you either have to settle on the price or sell. And if you want to sell, then you have to find a buyer. So towards the end of every month, you generally see this sort of spike and then the drop off again, as we saw from 126 down to 114. If you look at the end of March, we saw something very similar, but it was at about $10 less. So I think if you take that sort of trajectory of where we're going, and then you take into account Donald Trump saying this is going to go on for a couple more months, I would predict that at the end of May, you will see another spike and a sort of slight drop off, but it'll be another $10. So the sort of pessimistic view of it is that we should just settle in, and 150 is not going to be that sort of an abnormal or a way off prediction, unfortunately.
And it's really interesting. You say 150, and we also saw central banks today look at their interest rates. ECB, the Fed, the BOE all held interest rates because of concerns over inflation and stagflation due to these rising energy costs across the globe. So we might not be seeing it right now, but it's definitely going to have an impact as the quarters roll on when we have a look at the different economies. But Gemma, Iran has mocked the US and President Trump's so-called junk advice, saying the next stop, $140 a barrel. Shane said 150 could be the new reality. So is 140 a possibility?
Yes, absolutely. 140 is a possibility. 150 is a possibility. And I've even seen the figure of $200 being bandied about, obviously worst case scenario. So we've already seen, prices reaching this 4-year high of 126. Now, for prices to hit 140, like a few things need to happen. And unfortunately, we are sort of seeing those happen. We're seeing them coming up. So it would necessitate prolonged disruption in Hormuz through, obviously, which we know 20% of global oil flows, which we are seeing. Now, we would also be seeing continuing restrictions by Iran to ensure that the supply shock continues around the globe. Again, we are seeing this. Mm-hmm. Now, for the prices to hit, these new highs, it would also perhaps see further escalation in the shape of further US strikes or Iranian retaliation, or even maybe attacks on tankers or further attacks on infrastructure. Now, also, if we look at it from the other side, for the price of a barrel to go north of 140, we're looking at no sign of a political deal. So, there will be nothing on the table for the countries to come and discuss, because that's what the markets are looking for. They are looking not just for a resolution, that's quite a big concept at the moment. They're even looking for, glimpses of hope or glimmers or inklings of a resolution, because when there is none, and we don't have any at the moment, that's when we're seeing these price spikes.
And it's really fascinating because it's all about how long this could be sustained for. So everyone's looking at it and everyone doesn't know at the moment. That's the problem. We don't know how long this is going to carry on for. Shane, there's another school of thought right now about storage. So a lot of countries are able to pump oil. We know that. But because they're not able to distribute it and get it through the Strait of Hormuz, they're storing the oil, and storage is now becoming a problem because they could run out of space. Where does this leave things for many oil-producing countries?
Well, yeah, it is the dilemma, because it doesn't really matter if the price goes up if you can't factor that into your budget, because there's no point having something if you can't actually get a buyer to give you the money for, and you can get it to your customers. Then it doesn't really matter how high the price goes. And like you said, your production is still ongoing. But if you can't get the barrels and the tankers out, and even the pipelines that are going towards the Red Sea can only bring as much of it. And as far as we can see, like, production is still running probably at a lower capacity. And we did write a story on AGBI today about how, Turkey and even Iraq are looking at, sort of ramping up their storage capacity, because if this happens again in the future, you want to be able to at least be able to store it. And I saw an interesting report as well that Iran is in the same sort of literal boat, in that they can't get their oil out. And I think even Reuters was saying earlier that it was their trackable sort of tankers and barrels was down by about 80% in March. So that's going to affect their economy. So again, but the interesting thing was that they were using really, really, really old sort of battered tankers just to put the oil into, because again, like you said, storage is becoming an issue. So it's sort of like a perfect storm is in that, you know, the production facilities have been hit by sort of missiles and drones. You can't get distribution out, so it's like every level is sort of being constrained and squeezed, which only makes the price go up higher. But which, you know, comes back to what Gemma was saying, that, you know, even 200 is it doesn't seem too scary a level anymore.
And I just want to bring you some news. President Donald Trump is talking right now, Gemma and Shane, and he said gas prices will go down as soon as the Iran war is over. That's literally what we've just been speaking about, and saying the big problem is no one actually knows when it's over. But Donald Trump, once again, reiterating gas prices.
There is some possibility that, because I did see as well that he was meeting with a lot of the American sort of energy and hydrocarbons and oil and gas producers. So and they were talking about his energy advisors said that they would increase U.S. production very, very soon. So you know that the U.S. is the biggest producer in the world when it comes to oil. So again, it's kind of America and oil producers could come out as a beneficiaries of the war that, you know, Donald Trump entered, in that the price is high, they produce more, they make more money, and pay more tax, I suppose. So in some ways, I would say Donald Trump should put a windfall tax or tariff, as he would probably call it, on U.S. producers, because then he can make money out of his own war.
The British King and Queen state visit to the US has continued, with King Charles addressing Congress. The monarch will talk about the US and UK's relationship by saying time and again our two countries have always found ways to come together, and call for the reconciliation and renewal between them. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Alex Malouth, founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Alex and Michael, thank you so much for joining me today. So we're going to be talking about King Charles. Of course, he's going to address Congress shortly. Alex, how significant is this moment in history? And what do you think it's going to mean for this so-called special relationship we all love to talk about?
So let's give it the context. The special relationship has been, to use a phrase, it's been a little bit rocky over the past couple of months. There's been criticism from the administration in terms of Chagos Islands, the agreement for that between the British government and the population there. There's been also disagreements in terms of the UK's position on the war in the region, on the US and Israeli strikes on Iran as well. And President Trump is, you know, a man who speaks his mind. He doesn't hold back, as we all know.
True that.
Which, you know, makes for fantastic social media commentary. But I think this trip is, to put it simply, a way to mend the relationship, build bridges. You've got to remember, King Charles, he is, or the monarchy in any case in the UK, is above politics. It's apolitical. And again, we also know that President Trump, he loves the monarchy. You know, his mother is from Scotland. He's often talked about the respect he's had for the Queen Elizabeth II. That also carries on to King Charles as well. So King Charles is there essentially to do his best for Britain, you know, on a diplomatic mission to make the president and the administration, I think, fall back in love again with the special relationship.
And it's so interesting just seeing Donald Trump. When I looked at those pictures of King Charles and Queen Camilla meeting Melania and President Trump yesterday when they arrived in Washington, D.C., Trump was so happy. He was smiling like a Cheshire cat. Trump just loves to be the host, and I think that's really clear when we see the pictures coming out of the US. But, Michael, we did hear from President Donald Trump earlier, and, you know, he loves a headline, and he mentioned that his mother had a crush on young King Charles. What do you think about this?
So I watched the speech, and Donald Trump said what he was supposed to say. He stuck to the script. He spoke about how his mother loved the royal family, how his mother loved the Queen. And then he even said something that we can all accept would be very appropriate. He said that his mother would then say about a young Prince Charles, you know, isn't he so cute? Now, his mother was born in 1912. King Charles was born in 1948. That's a 36-year age gap. What Donald Trump did is he took something that was cute and innocent and he made it viral and awkward. So he then turned today, when he was at the White House, to the king and he said, "My mother had a crush on you." Now, to use that word would indicate that there is a romantic element. And I can't imagine that a 50-year-old woman looking at a 14-year-old teenager would be thinking that. And for the president to say that in front of the king, again, Donald Trump does what he does, where he'll go off script, he'll stop reading the teleprompter, he'll be inspired by something that he read, and then he'll be the reality TV star that he used to be. He'll say something that makes everybody cringe a little bit and maybe laugh a little bit. We're not quite sure what we should be doing. And that's what he did today.
I don't know, Alex. I think that many people had a crush on King Charles back in the day. I hear what Michael's saying. It's a bit of an awkward age gap there. But King Charles was once the most eligible bachelor in the UK. And maybe he's just trying to charm King Charles as much as he can.
How do I put it? President Trump, you know, he has a way about him in terms of how he communicates. You know, he's very direct. King Charles can deal with a lot, so I think we're in safe hands there. I don't think we're going to have any awkward moments, at least from the British side.
Well, I do think that Buckingham Palace was worried that President Trump would go rogue, but as Michael said, he largely stuck to the script. He had a few little awkward moments there. But King Charles, as we speak, is now making this historic address to both sides of the House. Yes. To Congress, which is a real moment, isn't it? And you did say to me earlier, the monarchy is apolitical, but right now King Charles is in a political situation. And you talked about the differences. Charles is obviously the head of the British the British Army. And sometimes we think Donald Trump might forget that because he has really stuck the knife in to Keir Starmer.
He has. You know, he's talked about how countries in Europe, for example, have not done enough for NATO. He's talked about how the US has sacrificed a great deal in terms of the wars it's fought for Europe. There's been a lot of pushback from the UK Armed Forces and also as well Number 10 in terms of the sacrifices made by British troops during Afghanistan, which has fought on behalf of the US because NATO was called upon to defend the US after the strikes of 9/11. The King is also the head of the English Church as well. So, you know, there are many things here at play. You've got to remember, though, that King Charles is, in many ways, he is the consummate politician. He knows what to say. He knows how to say it. He'll be talking about shared values, shared democratic values, which are the basis, the foundation for the special relationship between the two. So he will do what he needs to do to make President Trump happy.
And we can see King Charles right now. If you have a look at the pictures on our screen, Michael, Alex and our audience, he's about to address Congress. He just walked in. Everybody's giving him a standing ovation. He was shaking lots of hands. What a moment. We also see Queen Camilla there. Let's just have a quick listen in to what King Charles is going to say on this historic address to Congress.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable.
So there we go. We just heard a little bit of what King Charles has to say as he addresses Congress in the US. Him and the Queen, of course, walked into an absolute huge standing ovation and applaud, Alex. I was just having a good listen there to what King Charles had to say, and it was quite interesting. He said the UK and US destinies will always be interlinked. Violence will never succeed. He addressed that shooting in Washington, D.C. at the press dinner just a few nights ago. And he just was summing up that democracy is the thing that links the UK and the US. What did you make of what he had to say?
Again, he struck all the right notes, you know, talking about the basis for the foundation of the US, talking about shared values, even though obviously the relationship started off maybe not on the right foot, to put it diplomatically, and talking about how the relationship is intertwined, essentially how we need each other and we complement each other. So therefore, you know, any disagreements we may have are disagreements between friends and things which we will overcome. That's essentially his message. And you've seen from Congress, I haven't experienced or looked upon that sort of reaction to any leader in Congress for many years. So, yeah, I think everybody got what they wanted from this.
I think it actually stunned King Charles a little bit when he was standing up there and there was such a huge applause. He almost looked a little bit humble, like blushing.
He was
taken back by it. But Michael, let's talk about what you think we heard from the King Charles obviously making the speech. And I thought it was quite interesting because he quoted the British writer Oscar Wilde. He said, "We have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language." I don't know what you made of what he had to say.
So what struck me the most is that you had a leader in Congress quoting Oscar Wilde, which is not a daily occurrence, certainly not in America in 2026. We also had a leader who spoke with a sense of humor and a sense of decorum. I also thought it was interesting, and perhaps I'm reading too much into this, but, you know, one of the accusations that gets leveled against the Trump administration is that it's turning, you know, America a little bit too fascist for some. And the king made a point to say that we are in this citadel of democracy, which I think, you know, there's a stature and a sense of gravitas with the language that he's using and the way he's delivering it. And that, I feel, is something that has been missing certainly from the political discourse that exists in the United States currently.
President Trump has said he wasn't worried during the shooting that unfolded at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington on Saturday night. Officials say he's standing by the Secret Service amid concerns the hotel wasn't secure enough. The suspect has been named by U.S. media as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California, who has appeared in court today. Here's what White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters earlier.
This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump in 2 years. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. First and foremost, the president, the first lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Washington correspondent Sarah Firth and broadcaster and presenter Jono Hay. Sarah and Jono, great to have you on the show. Sarah, let's begin with you because you're in Washington. What's the reaction been to this incident? And what more do we know about the suspect because he has appeared in court?
He has, yes. So, Leigh Ann, the suspect appeared in court today and he has been charged with 3 federal counts. So they include count 1, an attempt to assassinate the president, count 2, transportation of a firearm and ammunition through interstate commerce, and charge 3, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. Now, prosecutors have been asked to detain him before trial, and we have been told that there is going to be a detention hearing, and that has been set, Leigh Ann, for April 30th. Now, we heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking at the press conference today. This message was part reassurance, part warning, part political attack. She reiterated the lines that we heard from President Donald Trump about the bravery of the Secret Service agents, the good job that they did evacuating the president and ensuring that everyone was safe during that incident. But she also warned about the dangerous political rhetoric that she put firmly at the feet of the Democrats. She named a number of them, saying that this has led to a climate in which incidents like this have been able to occur. Of course, critics are already hitting back, saying that cuts both ways. Importantly, we've seen reporting from the Washington Post as well, Leigh Ann. Now, this is, they're saying that the Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level despite the presence of top officials. So usually when you have President Donald Trump and the Vice President J.D. Vance in the same room, that line of succession for the presidency. It's very unusual, actually, for them to be in the same place at the same time. Secret Service don't usually like that to happen if it can be avoided. But in this instance, you had them both in the same room, along with a number of very high-ranking administration officials. And the reporting saying that they didn't have that highest security level despite that presence. That is going to be being investigated, looked at, seeing where Secret Service can perhaps improve. Caroline Levitt, of course, was very clear to point out that, of course, those details the Secret Service don't make particularly public, though the details around how they secure certain areas are kept pretty tight. She did say they didn't have a designated survivor for that particular event because there were a number of senior officials in the line of succession who weren't in attendance at the dinner, so they hadn't needed a designated survival. But there will absolutely now be a serious look at the security protocols, whether more can be done. And the big question, how did someone with a gun get in such close range of the President of the United States?
And it's really interesting because lots of correspondents and journalists who were at that dinner have spoken about how lax the security was, and they did comment on that and say for an event on this scale it was pretty surprising. But Jono, as Sarah said, Donald Trump, Caroline Levitt, they are standing by Secret Service agents, but surely questions will have to be asked about what went wrong, and like Sarah said, why someone just got so close.
Yeah, and I guess, Leigh Ann, look, publicly standing behind the Secret Service is exactly what you'd expect from a sitting president in the immediate aftermath. But yeah, and Sarah rightly pointed out, I think behind the scenes there is going to be absolutely a lot of pressure on here because, I mean, the reality is the Secret Service are very busy. They're protecting 40 to 50 high-profile individuals at any given time. So the operation there is built on that layered security. You've got the perimeters, the screening that should have taken place, but also they rely heavily on intelligence. So how a suspect got so close or close enough to open fire near a checkpoint of this level raises some serious questions, like about a few different things. The access, the control, as you rightly pointed out, the threat detection. So it's not just about the response. Now, I mean, to their credit, the response did its work, didn't it? I mean, it neutralized the suspect pretty quickly. So in principle, Trump, the First Lady, Vice President, Cabinet, they were all moved to safety very, very quickly. But, I mean, that's the core job. They executed that part efficiently, although looking back at it afterwards, and I could be wrong about this, but it seemed like it was a lifetime from the moment the shot rang out through to the moment that they were all removed safely from that room. Did feel like quite a long time. And historically, any incident like this will trigger a huge review. There's been previous breaches that we've seen in the past, like in 2014, there was that White House fence intrusion as well. So that saw a massive overhaul within the Secret Service as well. So I think something similar is likely to happen here. For the next couple of weeks and months, you'll see tighter guest screening, which is expected. Those buffer zones are likely to be a little bit larger as well, because we're hearing reports, and like Sarah said, that it was pretty much a free-for-all until the very, very last moment getting through security. And I think you'll probably see limited proximity for these larger scale events in the near future. I mean, the administration has to publicly back the Secret Service, but I'm sure internally there's going to be a full security reassessment. There's no question about that. And there will be some changes that will be made. And I think we're going to go back to seeing a bit more of the bulletproof glass at many of these public events in the future again. I think that's probably what's going to happen here.
And it's really interesting that you say that, because we know, Sarah, President Donald Trump loves to be seen. He loves to connect with the fans. He likes to be close to those people that he is the president of. And that's what people love about Donald Trump. He's so accessible. But a lot of people have been asking the question about political violence in the US, Sarah, and how are we seeing it sort of become more and more prevalent? This is the third assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life. Charlie Kirk lost his life due to a shooter. And it seems that the temperature is so high on both sides of the aisle.
Yes, and this is the point that Caroline Levitt sought to make in that press conference, is that the rhetoric, the political temperature needs to really be lowered She was naming Democrats, but of course, plenty of people are pointing out some of the past comments that the president himself, just over the last couple of weeks, has made. The rhetoric has, without question, ratcheted up to a point here that it's almost become normalized to hear sort of quite shocking statements being made, even in jest. I thought it was interesting what Jono was saying there about sort of security that we might see now in the future, because, of course, in the wake of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, you did have that stepping up of security, the glass screens going up in front of the president. Caroline Levitt saying today at the press conference, she was really wanting to underline to the media, look, President Trump likes to be out among the people. He could very easily, she said, stay safely in the White House, not venture out, but he does so because he believes in not bowing to the pressure from the likes of crazy people who are doing crazy things. And she attributed those crazy people doing crazy things to some of that rhetoric. But it clearly does cut both ways, and that is a discussion that is going to be had. You've got one of the talk show hosts here in America, Jimmy Kimmel, under fire for making a joke. The First Lady commenting on that. A little bit ironic, perhaps some would say, given that this incident took place at the White House Correspondents Association's dinner, which is a celebration of press freedom. So there's a whole bunch of issues here, press freedom, freedom of speech. What is clear, though, is that the political violence in the United States has seemed to have ratcheted up recently. Now, President Trump himself, in an interview with American media, he said he wasn't particularly worried that, there'd been violence in the past. It kind of came with the job. He said at one point, I hate to say it, but I'm quite proud of it because it meant he was the president doing this important job. But I think there's also another very important point that I just want to make quickly, Leigh Ann, and that is that you have gun violence deterrent activists here in the United States that are raising the point that it's not dangerous rhetoric that kills people, right? It's guns that kill people. And that is an ongoing issue. Some have called it a moral failure in America. It is gun violence and gun-related deaths are the #1 leading cause of deaths for children between the ages of 0 and I think it's 1 to 19. The #1 killer of children is gun violence and gun-related crime. So this is something that advocates of safer gun laws, of more restrictions, have been pointing out. And I think it's worth reading you the reaction of the father of a 14-year-old girl called Jamie Guttenberg, who was killed in the Parkland school shooting. He said, if you were horrified watching our elected leaders scramble because of gun violence, just imagine how my daughter, Jamie, felt in school running from this killer who took her life. And that is the message that a lot of activists for tightening up gun safety laws are making, is that we have question marks right now over the mental health of this person who is in detention. There are lots and lots of questions that haven't been answered as to how he got hold of this gun, where he got hold of the weapon, whether there should have been a tighter background check. But one thing is undeniable, and that is the statistics about the number of children in particular that were killed. What we saw at the White House Correspondents Association's dinner, that was senior administration officials, the president once again having a potential assassination attempt on his life, and the world's media gathered. But this is something that millions of American families face every single day across America. The reality that when they send their kids to school, they could be faced with a shooter entering the school. So whilst here in the DC bubble, we're asking, well, how did someone with a gun get into this hotel and get so close to the president? Parents across the US sending their kids to school are saying, how are people with guns so easily getting into our schools? And I think that's, worth remembering that children across the country, they are undergoing active shooter drills, anticipating exactly this sort of incident playing out.
And Jono, just one quick thought from you, just to wrap this up. Let's talk a little bit about the NRA, because Sarah's talking about guns in the US. And when we see mass shootings or an incident like this happen, the conversation about guns always comes up. But the NRA are such a powerful lobby, and it doesn't really seem to make any difference.
And look, and across the board as well, we know that the Republican rhetoric is not. They're largely opposed to new gun restrictions as well. They'll argue that the focus should be on the enforcement and mental health as well. And they'll, of course, defend gun ownership. And I think the administration has done a wonderful job in framing this as like Sarah said, as pointing out that this is a show of strength more than anything else, how great the Secret Service were in a situation like this, and even taking it upon himself to say they only go after great presidents. Look at Abraham Lincoln. So he's managed to take what is otherwise a really terrifying thing and turn it into a positive. And so, yeah, I think people like the NRA and even Republicans at large as well will look at this and say, look, law-abiding citizens shouldn't really be punished for the criminal acts of one individual. And they'll frame it as the same thing, the Second Amendment, fundamental freedom that they should be entitled to. And that, again, is a losing battle that you're facing in the US every single day. And Sarah's there and she witnesses that on a weekly basis. Far too often are these stories making the headlines. And I think it's truly terrifying, but I don't see this as coming around as something that's going to involve a new change in gun laws and gun restrictions. For sure, that's not the case. We will see a tightening of security and restrictions around the presidential motorcade more than anything else, because that's certainly easier to push through than any changes to the Second Amendment.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Coming up, all the latest reaction to the visit of King Charles III to the United States. The visit is part of the 250th anniversary celebrations of the American independence from Great Britain. What is the current state of the special relationship between the two countries? President Trump and the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer have clashed over Iran and NATO in recent months. Can the king repair relations between the two countries and smooth relations between European countries and the U.S. administration? We start with events in Washington, where UK King Charles III has touched down in the U.S. with Queen Camilla as part of a state visit. It is part of the 250th anniversary celebrations of American independence from Great Britain. The visit of the king comes at a difficult time for the relationship between the two countries. Relations have appeared strained between President Trump and the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer over the Iran war and ongoing discussions and rhetoric over NATO. But all eyes will be on the mood, music, and interactions between the president and king over the next few days. King Charles will address to a joint session of Congress, becoming only the second monarch to do so. His mother, Queen Elizabeth, being the last in 1991. Let's speak to someone who knows all about diplomacy and knows President Trump very well. Carla Sands is the former U.S. ambassador to Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands under President Trump. She joins us now from Washington.
Thanks for having me, Catalina.
Thank you, Carla. So let's begin with this. The U.S. is marking 250 years since America broke from the monarchy. So what does it say that King Charles III is now being welcomed at the center of that celebration?
Well, it is his first visit to the United States as king, although he did come here as the Prince of Wales. But his mother was here, I think it was under George W. Bush. That's the last time we had an actual state visit from the British monarchy. And I think it's part of celebrating America's 250th anniversary, but also it's his first trip to the U.S. as king, which is, I'm sure, gratifying for him and very exciting for the American people, because many of us have our roots in Great Britain. So whether we're from Great Britain or England, whether we're from Scotland or Ireland or Wales, many of the early colonialists came from that region to explore then the colonies and now the United States of America.
And Carla, Donald Trump has shown enthusiasm for the royal family before in the past. We know he's a big fan. He's also boasted about his special relationship with King Charles III. How much can personal relations like these, or views like his rapport with King Charles III, actually influence diplomacy at this point?
Well, even though President Trump is a very strong and forward-leading leader as the United States president, I think he does have a soft spot for Great Britain because his mother was from Scotland. And so I suspect that his fondness comes from his mother. And he certainly, King Charles, will be beneficial to the U.S. and UK relationship. But I'll also say that the leadership in the UK has not been great politically, whether it was refusing to let the U.S. use our base, the Diego Garcia in the Chagos Island, or the refusal, and then finally capitulation to send, military help into the Strait of Hormuz, which was unsuccessful because the ship broke down and is in for repairs. And so the state of the UK's economy is bad because of bad policies, terrible energy policies, the fact that they're bringing in people to Great Britain that are people that would not be welcomed in places like Saudi Arabia or the UAE because of their terror rhetoric and the fact that they are uncivil people that don't agree, to follow the laws of Great Britain. Which has a great society. It's where the American laws came from, but also our cultural heritage is really from there. And so we want the UK to do great economically. We want them to have a strong defense. And today, neither thing is true. The middle class of the UK are really suffering under the bad policies and poor leadership of multiple administrations, unfortunately, out of London.
Well, ultimately, Carla, what can King Charles III in this context achieve in a visit like this that a British Prime Minister simply can't?
You never underestimate soft power, right? He's going to go and do an address to the joint session of Congress. No one has done that since his mother from the UK, and that was decades ago. So this is exciting, and I'm sure that he will be warmly received. He's a popular figure. I think that it's helpful, but I think that actually the government is going to have to do a better job. I'm not sure that Keir Starmer actually survives because of some of the recent scandals that have happened. For instance, the British ambassador to the U.S. And King Charles and Queen Camilla were just at that embassy, the British embassy last night, having a reception, a garden reception. They had tea with President Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump yesterday. And tonight they have a very grand state dinner, but it's going to be in a tent on the back lawn of the White House rather than in the ballroom that President Trump is wisely working to build, that some of the judges are trying to stop. Because when I was in the UK, I actually did attend a dinner in Buckingham Palace, and it was very grand, but it was also not too hot or not too cold because it was a nicely conditioned space. So it's right that President Trump wants to be able to hold large events in a conditioned space in the 21st century rather than in the backyard in a tent.
And Carla, you also worked under President Trump. Do you think he understands something other presidents don't, for instance, about using personal relationships as leverage in diplomacy? And do you think this works?
certainly personal relationships are important. He can pick up the phone and call any world leader. This is essential to his success and why he's ended so many foreign conflicts and wars, why he's gotten so many good trade deals, is he does use personal relationships and then either economic pressure or some other kind. But he is a president of peace. And so I'm excited to see what the next steps are as we see he's working to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, the Mullah regime and the IRGC are on the ropes because of his pressure. But just bringing it back to King Charles and Queen Camilla, they're going to head to New York tomorrow, and they'll visit the 9/11 Museum and visit with some of the survivors' families. And then they'll go to Virginia because King Charles is very fond of green initiatives. So he'll visit some nonprofits in Virginia and enjoy some of the beautiful weather that Virginia has this time of year. That is near and dear to King Charles' heart, to have the, I would say, the sort of the environmental agenda front and center.
Do you think that his environmental agenda, for instance, will clash with Donald Trump's drill baby drill agenda at some point?
Well, I think President Trump's agenda of drill baby drill is why the price of energy today isn't double what it is for all of us. President Trump's drill baby drill agenda is really a best of the above approach. So he doesn't just want fossil fuels. He wants nuclear. He wants all kinds of energy. Hydropower, solar where it makes sense, but not where it enriches China. And China makes most of those so-called green fuels, for instance, windmills and solar panels. So we don't want our adversaries to benefit from our energy production. And we have unlimited oil and gas in the United States. So we're thrilled to sell some to our friends, which lessens the pain of this conflict. But it was essential to make sure that Iran never had a nuclear weapon and to make sure they never had long-range missiles that could reach the United States. They really did lie to us when they said our medium-range missiles can only go so far. And then we see them go all the way to the Chagos Islands, which means they can reach the UK, they can reach France. So the whole world was really being held hostage by this rogue, evil regime that kills its own people, like 45,000 of their own people just in this calendar year. But over the decades, they've been brutal, and they've also killed American service people as well as American civilians. So it is so heartening that President Trump didn't kick that can down the road until this regime, this bloodthirsty regime, had a nuclear weapon that could threaten the entire world and hold us all hostage. So I really think we're blessed with President Trump's leadership that he didn't do the politically expedient thing. Like the smart thing would have been to just not do anything and keep gas prices low, win the midterms. But instead, he said, no, I'm going to do the right thing, whether it's politically hurtful to me or not. I'm going to take out this regime and give the Iranian people that deserve opportunity and actual infrastructure that works, because we know that the mullahs and IRGC enriched themselves and did not put the money back in infrastructure and instead paid to export terror around the world through their proxies.
And so important to fight against this regime, Carla, is the transatlantic alliance. Trump says NATO and the US and UK have to step up. They haven't stepped up to defend the US, help them defend the world against Iran. So there's growing talk about straining the transatlantic alliance. Do you believe the US and UK special relationship is weakening now, or is it simply evolving? Where do you see this going, especially in light of the visit of King Charles III?
Well, I think that it's not just the transatlantic alliance that's being challenged, but also, I mean, we see our Middle East partners are very impacted by this Hormuz Strait closure. And so we need all of our partners to do more, whether it's Middle East or our NATO allies. But the NATO allies have really become, what they've done is they've enriched their own citizens with very generous social welfare benefits, and they haven't invested enough in their defense and offensive capabilities. So the military equipment, the training of the troops, getting enough troops and paying them enough that they can retain them, these mostly young men. So there is an effort. President Trump has been very explicit and forward-leaning on this, but President Obama asked too, just less effectively, that our NATO allies do more. We have this huge cooperation with Europe. The U.S. and Europe have almost $2 trillion worth of trade annually between us. It's a huge beneficial relationship. We share a lot of beliefs and civilizational founding. But what we see is that they've kind of turned against the U.S. in wanting us to continue to pay more while they benefit. And the American taxpayers are just done with it. They're not going to pay for Europe's wars. They're not going to pay for Europe's welfare system. We instead need to invest in our own country. Our infrastructure is actually aging. I was just in the Istanbul airport, and it was stunningly beautiful, gorgeous. But our U.S. airports, and we're a richer country, they just look like they're not very nice. They look like third world airports, most of them. And so I think that the U.S. needs to do a better job with investing in our own infrastructure and asking our allies to do more and to be more reciprocal, whether it's defense or trade.
And what have you made, Carla, of the criticism of UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer over the war in Iran by President Donald Trump?
Well, you know, he's criticized him for how he has behaved and what he has said privately and publicly. The UK prime ministers, I will say a lot of the Western European leaders have been very dismissive of President Trump. But President Trump is asking them, if you read his national security strategy from the end of 2025, it talks about his concern that we're losing Europe as a partner and friend because of demographic changes. They're not securing their borders. They're letting in people that don't share their values. They're not growing their own economies. They have bad energy policy that makes it hard to have successful businesses, and it makes it hard on the civilians, the homeowners, to heat their homes in the winter, for instance. But they're also not protecting their rule of law and their culture. And so he's really asking the nations around the world, secure your borders, have, a good support for your laws. Don't let people come in and try to change who you are. Protect your culture. Every country's culture is unique and makes them special. And your citizens should come first, not outsiders. I mean, these are kind of no-brainers. You should have a credible defense that's well-funded and make sure your economy is good and you have good energy policies. If all those Western European countries would actually follow his lead, they don't have to like what he says or how he says it. But if they would just do those things, their economies would just skyrocket. Because we see that the United States, we used to be on par economically with Europe not that many decades ago. But because of bad policies, our economy has continued to grow. And the European economy has kind of bumped along and languished. It hasn't kept up with the U.S. Asia, the U.S., the Middle East, we are all looking at the 21st century and moving ahead quickly. But it feels like, especially Western Europe, is beginning to be left behind. And I think that's tragic.
And do you believe that a high-profile royal visit like this can fix or help mend deeper policy agreements or disagreements between Washington and not only the UK, but also NATO and European allies?
Well, I don't want to expand it too far. I don't think King Charles really has an impact on NATO. But I do think that these feel-good moments, especially around a nation's 250th birthday, are beneficial. And I think that people will cherish this moment, see the photos, hear about the visit. It's glorious to have the King of England come and visit with our president, who is so fond of Great Britain. So I'm looking forward to watching the events unfold in the next few days. And I think that we'll remember this visit, and it will be important to the American people and the people of Great Britain.
And Carla, supporters of President Donald Trump, maybe you could help us clarify this, also argue he was thinking strategically when it comes to Greenland and help push NATO allies to step up at this point. Even Mark Rutte has credited Trump with driving more defense spending. So do you believe that his approach ultimately strengthened America's position and woke NATO up?
Well, when I was U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, so that includes Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands, I did ask NATO for assets for the Arctic, but NATO wasn't interested in protecting the Arctic. And when President Trump asked the Prime Minister of Denmark in 2019 to invest more in Arctic security, in Greenland specifically, she agreed to put $200 million into Greenlandic security. But flash forward, she didn't. She only put 1% of that, about $2 million, into an education effort that wasn't anything to do with security. So you could say that Denmark really doesn't have an interest in securing Greenland, nor do they have an interest in developing Greenland. They really just send the welfare payments to them every year, around $600 million per year. And that's what they like Greenland to subsist on. And they're crushing the effort of the Greenlandic people to have their own, I would say, economic revolution where they become wealthy enough that they can become independent of Denmark. It's a very sour opinion of Denmark in Greenland today because Denmark's been trying to oppress the Greenlanders for so many decades in ways, using a psyop and gaslighting them that the United States is bad or has bad intentions for the Greenlanders. We don't. We love Greenland, but we also love Denmark. We just all want to get along, but we want to do it securely. And that means that the U.S. must have a way to protect Greenland in a way that Denmark could never interfere if there was a different kind of populist or government that was less friendly to the United States.
And on another note, Carla, there's also real pressure for King Charles III to meet with victims connected to the Jeffrey Epstein files, but the palace has declined. What do you make of this decision?
Well, I think that the king wants to distance himself from such a terrible scandal. My heart goes out to all the victims. It's so terrible what happened to these young women. And it's sad that there were so many powerful people that looked the other way and didn't protect them, these young ladies without important connections. So I think that going forward, I'm sure that the royal family will be very careful to make sure that their members stay away from scandals. And you never want someone like this who creates a scandal to weaken the royal family when they're so important to I would say, the tapestry and the soft power of Great Britain.
What would success look like, Carla, after this visit for both countries, the U.S. and the U.K.?
Oh, I think that success to me would be the UK doing more for NATO and actually having a Navy that works. The US has a Navy that works, but we're working on revitalizing our shipbuilding so that we're actually competitive and can make ships in the 21st century that are affordable and to build up our Navy, which is the smallest it's been since World War I. But we need the UK to do a lot more in their defense. Today, they could not prosecute the Falklands War, which they prosecuted under Margaret Thatcher's powerful leadership. So we need the UK to be a credible NATO ally and to actually get the equipment, repair the equipment, train the young men, recruit them, make it an attractive job that they want to do. Because in the 21st century, there's so many options for young people for employment. They don't just have to go into the military like they did 100, 150 years ago if they didn't have other prospects. Today, that's different. And so they have to make it like the United States does, perhaps, where it's an attractive career that's honored and maybe even revered by the public, because we know that our military make us safe and protect our freedoms, our amendment, our constitutional rights, and all of our amendments for our rights as citizens of the U.S.
Carla Sands, thank you for joining us today, former U.S. ambassador to Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands under President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me.
For more on this, joining us today, two perspectives, Matt Stadlen, broadcaster and journalist based in London, and Angie Wong, a Republican strategist, joining us from Florida. Thank you both for joining us today.
Good to see you.
So, Matt, we'll start with you. Some would say that we're at a historical low with this U.S.-UK special relationship. Has Trump done more to damage this special relationship than any other U.S. president?
Well, I think Donald Trump has done an enormous amount to damage this special relationship, but it's certainly not beyond repair because the special relationship extends well beyond both the incumbent in the Oval Office and whoever may find themselves in number 10 Downing Street. The relationship exists between the two states and between the two peoples. And 250 years on this year from American independence from Britain, this is a truly significant moment in the context of that wider history. But it's also hugely significant given the recent damage that Donald Trump has undoubtedly done. He's been firing off insults at our Prime Minister and also at Britain more generally, but he's also seriously undermined, in my view, the NATO alliance, which for the past 80 years has been the underpinner of Western security. So if King Charles can start to bridge that gap, I think that will be an important moment. But there is the obvious caveat that with Donald Trump, as we all know, anyone who follows him on Truth Social or just through the wider media, he is unpredictable, if nothing else. And this may soften relations in the coming days, maybe in the coming weeks. But we saw after his last state visit, which was seen as something of a success, that it didn't take long for him to return to the sorts of patterns of behaviour that we've come to expect.
Your reaction, Angie, to what Matt has to say?
Well, certainly President Trump is fighting for the American people with his America First agenda. He's going to be pushing, and that's who he is as a leader, as a person. He's a little bit more vinegary than other world leaders, and I think rightly so, because for far too long the U.S. have been laying down, opening our pocketbooks for the world, really to see nothing back. And when President Trump asked for NATO allies to join him in the Iran conflict, well, no one really raised their hands. So I think that this royal visit to Washington is going to save our special relationship. Already on day one, when it was just really the arrivals, it was already soft powers off the charts. I can't wait for today when we actually start really seeing the business side of things, when King Charles gives a joint statement to the joint Congress. I think that's going to really give some calm and respect to the American people directly. And I think that this is fantastic for our relationship. So any sort of rip that Donald Trump might have made, especially with the United Kingdom, I think it is saved today.
Matt, do you have any reaction to what Angie just said?
Yeah, I just push back, if I may, on Angie's reaction to the Trump and Netanyahu-led Iran war. There are arguments that Iran effectively started this. But really, this was a war of choice on the part of Donald Trump. And I suspect he didn't sufficiently consult with his allies, or at least with some of his allies. So when the war started to go badly and probably predictably badly wrong for America and for the West, with Iran shutting down effectively the Strait of Hormuz, for Donald Trump then to say, oh, well, we don't really need the oil from Hormuz. You guys have to cherish it. You guys have to come and sort it out. In other words, come and clear up my mess. That is, by any standards, pretty outrageous. And I think probably fundamentally misunderstands the nature of the NATO alliance, which is a defensive alliance. As I say, he's done huge damage to that alliance. He said just a couple of weeks ago, effectively, that he was considering withdrawing America from it. And he described it as a paper tiger. And he didn't just say that. He said that Putin sees it as a paper tiger as well. This was an unthinkable thing to say before Donald Trump became president. Of course, he's president for the second time now. So there's massive mistrust in Europe. And also, one has to say, Trump's part, he mistrusts Europe himself. If the king can start to repair some of that fundamental damage, that will be very, very important, even if Trump continues to fire off his insults at Keir Starmer and more widely in the coming days.
And staying with you, Matt, but Angie touched on this point a bit. King Charles III is only the second British monarch ever to address a joint session of Congress today. So how significant is this moment, and what do you expect King Charles III to convey during his message?
Well, I was just trying to think about what he would say. I would imagine that given his nature, that the king, the royal family usually rises above the politics. And that's why we love the soft power diplomacy. I think that he's going to bring a lot of calm to a lot of the world tensions. Yes, there is conflicts all around the world, some of which Donald Trump has started. But I think that this is going to be a way forward for the king to really articulate what we should be doing next, how we should be working together as our two long-standing nations with the special relationships and this very deep friendship. So I think he's going to bring some calm to the chaos. He's very, very good at this already. We're already enjoying one of the most important state visits, certainly of the Trump's second administration. So, all of this started with a letter that was handed in the Oval Office by Keir Starmer. I think King Charles will try to make some amends between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. We'll see if that goes well. And I'm looking forward to the dinner that follows. I think that's when the fashion comes out. That's when the royals really, will be outstanding. And even today in The Sun, they said that Donald Trump might be a distant cousin of the king. So I love all of this.
Matt, what do you think? What message do you expect the monarch to convey today? Do you think he can make amends between the U.S. and the U.K.?
Well, he's thought to trumpet the idea that there can be reconciliation and renewal between the United States and the UK. And I think he's expected to say that time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. He's also expected to stand up for democratic values at such an uncertain time in global politics. There are wars, not just in Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine by Putin's Russia, but also, of course, this frozen war at the moment in the Middle East that has done so much damage to the region, including to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. There's massive instability in the world, and this is a time to stand up for the values that essentially Britain and America do stand for when they're at their best. And that's, I suspect, at the heart of what King Charles will say. It's a hugely significant moment because although he is not, in a sense, a political figure, he is the head of state, he's not elected. Keir Starmer holds the real power, he's the prime minister. Nonetheless, what the king says will be infused with politics, and it will have been subject to involvement and contribution by the British government. So we await that speech with keen interest.
And Matt, how has Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, dealt with President Trump? Do you think he has played it well with the relationship?
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that there's been a serious deterioration in relations between Starmer and Trump. How could it be any other way when Trump uses social media and other means to lash out at the British Prime Minister, humiliating him if you side with Trump on the global stage? Starmer has been very measured in his responses, but he's got quite a bit of praise back home here in the United Kingdom for the way in which he has decided to stand up to Donald Trump. It's thought, broadly speaking, that he's done rather well in managing this war in Iran, basically using British bases defensively rather than offensively. It's been a really difficult tightrope for him to walk, but he's done rather well probably in that respect. Don't forget, as we've heard, he did produce that letter from the King in the Oval Office. I was live on a British news channel as that was happening. And yes, you could see it as sycophantic. Yes, you could see that he was almost a supplicant at Trump's feet. But what he was trying to do was build a relationship with a man who many believe to be a man-child in the way that he behaves. We know that he's a narcissist. We know that he can respond to flattery. And that seemed to secure a favourable tariff deal for Britain. But when Trump then crossed a line with his relationship with Starmer, inevitably he had to be stood up to. And in this war in the Middle East, as I say, many think, not everyone, but many think that Starmer has handled it well.
Angie, I see you smiling in the corner. I'd love your response to all of that. Do you think President Trump has humiliated Keir Starmer?
No, I mean, this is his style, and you're used to working, no one's used to working with this style of statesmanship. And I understand that, it takes a lot of translation to understand President Trump. President Trump's going to be on his best behavior tonight. He loves this. He loves the royal family, and he loves being a part of it. And he understands that this is really where the powers are. The diplomacy is going to happen here in the images coming from this state visit. You're going to see King Charles and the Queen not only visit Washington, D.C. and Congress, but they're also going to go to New York City, I'm hearing, to see the New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. And that's going to say a lot. And, so the king is making really good use of his time here. He is translating that, he is the king, whereas the prime minister, well, they come and go, but he is the king, and he is here to mend and mediate any sort of, damages that I guess, short-term politicians will be making. So I think it's perfectly situated. I love all of this. I think this is exactly the kind of moment that the world needs right now, is a little bit of calmness amongst the chaos. I think that he brings all of that with him on this state visit, and I'm just very happy to have him here.
As king, Matt, what can King Charles III achieve that UK Prime Minister, for example, Keir Starmer, cannot?
Well, as we've heard, he sort of represents Britain in a different way to whoever might be the Prime Minister at the time. So Prime Minister is elected on a political manifesto, but the head of state remains the head of state in Britain, whoever might be the Prime Minister. And therefore, although he has far less power than the Prime Minister, in a sense he has no power, he nonetheless holds soft power in his hands because he stands for Britain in a different way. He will, so long as he survives that long, he will be the king of this country after Keir Starmer stops being Prime Minister. And therefore he can reach above the politics, in a sense, at the same time as trying to bridge political divides between Starmer and Trump. And so it's a fascinating constitutional relationship we have in the United Kingdom, and it is the example of our soft power. And there's no doubt, I think, that around the world, the monarchy, the British monarchy, is held in high esteem. Yes, we can often be critical of it or its personalities in Britain, but I'm one of those who thinks that it does have a role to play both here and in terms of its global outreach. So King Charles can be immensely helpful, as I've said already, in repairing the immediate damage in the special relationship, but also reminding both Americans and Britons that our relationship extends long beyond whoever may be in the Oval Office and whoever may be in Downing Street. And I think King Charles is an extremely effective diplomat. I've been lucky enough to meet him myself in his living room when he was Prince Charles, before he became King Charles. He carries himself very well. He's had an enormous amount of time on the global stage, long before he became king, and he's clearly brilliant at developing, fostering personal relationships. We don't know we can guess what he might think of Donald Trump, but the one thing we can be sure of is if, and I suspect he does, he has serious doubts about the way that the president conducts himself, he won't make those clear to Donald Trump.
And Angie, this visit comes amid reported strains over Iran policy, NATO expectations or non-met expectations, as President Trump has said, and also these wider transatlantic disagreements. Do you believe that this visit of King Charles III can do anything to mend this relationship, or as Matt says, any immediate mend? Do you think this is possible?
I do agree with Matt on some of his points. I think, if anything, Donald Trump doesn't listen to a lot of people. In fact, he's surrounded by a lot of yes men. But I do think that he will seek the advice of King Charles, and that they are not, I won't say that they're equals, clearly not. But at the same time, Donald Trump does respect him immensely. And if King Charles wants to give him advice about how to handle the overseas conflicts, the Iranian conflict, that Donald Trump will listen, whereas he wouldn't listen to many other world leaders. King Charles has a way of cutting through the noise and the politics to actually getting to the heart of what this is, and where every nation can benefit. And I think that he will have his ear for sure. Certainly on this visit, I know Melania is completely enraptured with the Queen, so they're going to have their own tea party. I think all of this works, but, you know, it's really whether or not Keir Starmer is now having King Charles be the delivery, the message, and also the voice of reason to Donald Trump.
I would just throw out a word of caution, just to re-emphasize something I've already said, which is that it has been said of Donald Trump that he listens to the person who was most recently in his ear. And so, although I have no doubt that King Charles will do a supreme job in this 4-day visit, my concern is that once the immediate impact of Charles's presence and the words that he speaks, once that has worn off, that Trump being Trump will revert to type. And therefore, I do have concerns that this might not have the long-lasting impact in bridging the two countries together while Trump remains in the White House. Or you could argue while Keir Starmer remains in 10 Downing Street, he's under all sorts of domestic pressures himself at the moment. But standing back from all of that, I think in the longer term, this will have a positive impact, reminding both Americans and Britons of what we share. Democratic values, standing up to terrorism, standing up to threats, and protecting Western security.
And Matt, a bit more on that long term that you're mentioning. Where do you see this special relationship moving forward?
Well, I think it does depend in part on the politics, because although there is this long-standing relationship between the two countries that has endured and endured beyond local difficulties between presidents and prime ministers, nonetheless, if America does decide to go in the way that Trump at the moment is pushing it, if there were post-Trump to be a president of the United States, another Republican president who's sympathetic to Trump's approach, then there will be ongoing and significant issues, not least over the question of NATO. If Trump were to be replaced by a president after the next presidential elections who decides to withdraw America from NATO, that has massive implications for Western security and the way that we do politics and war, indeed, around the world. As I say, astonishing words from the mouth of a president of the United States of America to call NATO, this fundamental defensive alliance in the West, a paper tiger. So much depends on the direction of travel in American politics in the coming years and beyond Trump. And there is, of course, the possibility of a total breakdown in the relationship between Britain and America, because it does depend ultimately, at least in the short term, on who's in power. I still hold hope in the longer run that the relationship will maintain.
Angie, where do you stand on that?
Well, right now the U.S. is the purse book for NATO, and we're wondering where our allies are, especially in the time of need. So I think that's where President Trump is very frustrated that we have this conflict and our NATO allies are nowhere to be found. In fact, they're fighting us. So I think, if anything, he is going to relay to King Charles to say, well, how do we do this? How do we get our alliance back together? If we're really, truly going to have this special relationship going forward, I'll need your help. And maybe that's something that Keir Starmer can give, because right now he's not doing that. But at the same time, you know, that is exactly what President Trump wants. We saw it with the UN Security Council meeting yesterday. We need everyone on board to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. This is not going to be just a U.S. military effort. We want the world to be involved in this because we don't want a single actor controlling the straits. But that takes military force, and we certainly don't want to just be the ones paying for it. So I think that, if anything, if President Trump were to have an ask of King Charles, that would be it, to join in his coalition and to bring on other NATO allies on board to open and reopen the Straits of Hormuz.
Let me just push back on that, if I may. When America came under attack on 9/11, that horrific day that we all remember so well, Britain stood foursquare behind the United States of America. We have lost many, many service personnel standing shoulder to shoulder with our American allies. That's point one. Point two, Donald Trump in recent months has literally been threatening Greenland, which is part of, ultimately, Denmark, which is a NATO ally. That is simply extraordinary. And there was this leaked document from the Pentagon over the weekend, unusually not actually from the horse's mouth itself, not from Trump's Truth Social, that suggested America was reevaluating whether it thought that the Falkland Islands do indeed belong to Britain, which of course they do. So Donald Trump is behaving erratically, provocatively, and as I started out by saying, he has done serious damage to the NATO alliance, not least by questioning America's ongoing participation and describing it as a paper tiger. That is something I hope that King Charles will be able to address, because it is fundamental to Western security in a seriously unstable world.
What do you think, Angie, of this damage to the relationship that Matt has highlighted here?
Yeah, I spend my days defending Donald Trump and translating Donald Trump for the world. The Greenland play, this, and also the Panama Canal, Venezuela, all of the geopolitical moves from the Trump administration really is to secure the Western Hemisphere. I know it doesn't appear that way because of Donald Trump's speech. Remember, he is a boy from New York. We don't always have the most polished talk, but what he's trying to do is to secure the U.S. and the Western Hemisphere. And by that, meaning to control a lot of the trading routes and the oil trading routes. And that is something that I think his administration wants to do. It's not going to be pretty. It's never going to be pretty in that respect. On top of that, you know, I guess he didn't realize that his friends were not going to be there when he was doing this. And I think maybe that could have been communicated better, especially with the UK. Usually that he just expects that when he does something that, you know, his friends will follow. In this case, he's going at it alone, and he really would like the help. And remember, we have the big midterm elections happening here in November, and that is going to determine a lot of, you know, whether or not that's going to be a referendum on Donald Trump's administration or if America wants a different way forward. So I think he's being very sensitive to all of these things. Of course, you know, we would love to have an international coalition around the world that can be built. And hopefully today, with the state visit, that's going to be day one of that new coalition.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. I'm sorry, Matt, but I would like to thank both our guests today, Matt Stadlin, a broadcaster and journalist who joins us from Washington, and Angie Wong, a Republican strategist joining us from Florida. Thank you both for your participation here in the program.
Thank you.
Charles Anson is a royal expert and former press secretary to Queen Elizabeth II, the mother of King Charles III, of course. Thank you for joining us today. So U.S.-UK relations are being described as at a 70-year low, with tensions over military cooperation, NATO disagreements, President Trump's criticism over Britain, over Iran, and sharp rhetoric towards Keir Starmer, the Epstein files, and add on to that now heightened security concerns less than 48 hours following a recent assassination attempt against President Donald Trump. So, to your perspective, how well-timed is this visit?
I think the visit is very well-timed. The US and the UK have had a close relationship for a long, long period. And of course, the celebration of the Declaration of Independence 260 years ago. So it is a very long relationship, shared language, shared commitment to democracy, and a day-to-day relationship, particularly on intelligence and international affairs, are very close indeed. And in the case of the current President Trump, there is a long-standing connection that he has through his mother, who is Scottish. So he has a strong feeling towards Britain, as well as towards the United States and the relationship with the UK over many, many centuries, and with shared language and shared democratic traditions, etc.
Mr. Anson, from your own experience inside the palace, how does a monarch prepare for a visit in such a charged environment as we have right now?
Well, the answer to that is that the relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States is a very long one. And of course, the celebration of the Declaration of Independence 260 years ago shows quite how close our relationship is. And of course, there are ups and downs. And at the moment, we live in a very uncertain world, particularly vis-à-vis the Middle East and the movement of oil and disruption in very many parts of the world. But I think partly because of that, the relationship with the United States, particularly on intelligence and international diplomacy, is very close indeed. Despite the difficulties, we work with the United States very closely right across the field of international affairs, of trade, of visits, of tourism, and many areas of cooperation regarding medicine and all sorts of other areas. So it's a very deep and wide relationship. And that is what the King will be celebrating today when he speaks at the US Congress later this afternoon.
That's right. King Charles is set to address Congress at a moment of real strain in the US-UK relations. So what message do you think that the King will try to convey?
I think the King will want to underline how important the relationship is with the United States, always has been, and always will be. We share so much together, both in our outlook to democracy, our shared language, and a lot of our shared history. And of course, the 260th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence is a good sign of that.
The last monarch to address Congress was Queen Elizabeth II in 1991, for whom you've worked for as press secretary. So how different is this moment in tone and purpose compared to her approach to U.S. diplomacy?
Well, I think I was press secretary to the Queen, to the late Queen, and was in Washington in 1991 when Queen Elizabeth made a similar speech to the US Congress. And I think you will want to underline all the many areas in which we work closely together. And of course, some of those are in areas where we have different points of view. We have different points of view on regard to Iran, and we have not been able to participate in some of the activities and actions regarding Iran. But in many other fields, we work very closely with the Americans on a very close and important basis.
And Mr. Anson, what are King Charles III's qualities you think that can help mend the relationship between the US and the UK?
Well, I think I start from the basis that King Charles is, of course, a constitutional monarch, and he doesn't take part in the political discussions that are undertaken by the government. But he's very conscious of how important our relationship with the USA is. And he's been to the States himself many times over the last 20 years, so he knows America well. And of course, he's come to get to know both the president and Melania Trump very well from the two state visits that he has made to the United Kingdom, first with the Queen, late Queen, and then for the King as well. So we start from a very strong basis of friendship, and that's a good place to start for a real state visit of this kind.
Well, as you just mentioned, there's a very strong basis of friendship. President Donald Trump speaks in very personal terms about King Charles III, describing him as a brave and a great man, for example. So how do you think the King views President Trump? What's the personal nature of his relationship with President Trump?
Well, the King's relationship with President Trump is that he has paid two state visits to the United Kingdom during his presidencies, and got to know both the Queen well, and also the Prince of Wales, now King Charles III. So there is a sort of strong personal connection and a strong sense of friendship between our two countries, so that underlines and helps the very close dealings that we have with one another, the United Kingdom and the United States. And I think that will always be the case. There will be ups and downs. There will be issues on which the UK and the USA disagree on, but we can disagree in a civilized way. And I think that's the nature of a strong friendship, that one is able to deal frankly with the ups and downs that you deal with in diplomacy. And I think it's a very open, in that sense, a very open relationship that we have with the United States. And I think this is what the King will want to draw on when he speaks to the Congress. The many areas in which we cooperate very closely with the United States, united all the time by common language and our shared commitment to democracy. And I think the nature of democracy is that you don't necessarily always agree on every issue. And at the moment, obviously, the tensions in the Middle East and the difficulty of the Straits of Hormuz, there are issues in which the United States and some of the European powers, including the UK, take a different view on how best to deal with Iran. And I think that is the nature of diplomacy. It's the nature of the modern world, that you have to deal with difficult issues, but it's a lot more fulfilling to deal with it from a basis on which you can talk frankly, speak the same language, and share the same democratic values. And I think that's the sort of thing that the King will want to emphasize in his speech to Congress. And of course, he's familiar with Congress and has been to Congress before. This is not his first visit, but it is his first major speech to the joint houses of Congress.
Well, in this regard, Mr. Anson, at a time when political relationships can be strained, this over disagreements over the war in Iran or NATO, for example, what can King Charles III achieve that an elected leader, or Prime Minister like Keir Starmer, simply can't?
Well, I think what the King can do is demonstrate his open and open-minded outlook to life. I mean, the whole purpose of the British monarchy and main purpose of the King and Queen is to encourage a better society, one that encompasses more people as possible, and accepts and respects other faiths and other traditions, as well as one's own original ones in the United Kingdom. So in that sense, I think King Charles will want to speak to the US Congress very much on the very varied relationship that we have. And I think that varied relationship is the strength of our dealings with each other as countries.
And in the recent message marking what would have been Queen Elizabeth II's 100th birthday, King Charles III said that much of today's world she would have been troubled with, would have troubled her deeply. As someone who worked closely with her, what do you make of this statement?
Well, I think the Queen, the late Queen, and the present King Charles III are both come from the same place, which is to make a better society, to encourage a society that encompasses people, that embraces people, that respects differences of faith, differences of points of view, and to have an open society which can have a much more constructive basis to it. And of course, we're going to disagree on various aspects of both political and other parts of life. But what we've always been able to do with the United States, going right back to the Declaration of Independence, is to create a basis on which we kind of do business in the best possible way. And that's been an important underpinning of our diplomacy, especially with the United States. And I think in the opposite direction, and the president himself, of course, his mother was Scottish, so he is, in a sense, half British, half American, and has a strong feeling for the monarchy, and also a strong feeling towards Britain. We're not going to agree on every single issue. There are going to be issues on which we do disagree. And I think we will have differences of opinion. And I think in a very close partnership, which has gone on for hundreds of years, we are able to deal with each other and address things on which we don't necessarily agree. But we try and make a way forward that is constructive for both our countries and for the strength of democracies that we live in.
Charles Anson, thank you for being with us today. Former press secretary to Queen Elizabeth II, the mother of King Charles III.
A pleasure to speak to you.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Shall I ask you?
He wants us to throw someone under the bus.
No.
I've got something to say.
And I said, no, it was him. It was him.
What did you pick up? Anything
no,
from
I didn't pick up anything. I just said, you know what you're doing.
Shall we start with Saturday, boys?
As well,
yeah.
Yeah, get out of the way.
So
it was a romper stomp of a night.
It was, yeah.
A day.
Day and night, wasn't it? It was
a good day.
So we went to watch the football, but you boys were there. You got there on time. You come first of all. I was running round after the kids. Went to watch both my boys, East London and West London.
Yeah,
you watched your boy in Manchester. So we done all that. Then we went to the big game, the Wayne Bridge Derby.
Wayne Bridge Derby.
Southampton.
I was being a bit annoying, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I was winding everyone up.
It's hilarious.
You know, my dad loves Saints. You know what I mean? Obviously started there, and the whole box was City, and I just kept saying, "No, it's meant to be." It's meant to be, innit?
Oh, mate.
Saints are going to end up winning it 50 years on.
Then.
And City were like, they were dangerous, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then we broke, and I said to you, watch this, we're going to score now.
Yeah, you lot made substitute. You made a couple of substitutes.
Yeah.
And you said it, and you called it.
I called it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And then I celebrated a bit too early. I was running around the box.
Yeah, what was you thinking?
Called your dad.
Called my dad and everything. So I called my dad, he's buzzing. And then, I don't know, you had a feeling they were going to get a goal, didn't you?
Do you know what they look like, Man City? They look like, you know when a boxer gets hit and he's like, I'm taking it seriously, and he comes back with a flurry.
Yeah.
He looked like, right, we're going to turn it on now. They bought great finishes from both.
Oh, yeah, really good.
So, obviously, he was in the box with the superstar, right?
Yeah.
Liam. And he said whenever he wears that jacket,
it's
got that CP company jacket with Man City.
Yeah.
And he said, because whenever I wear this jacket, we win. Yeah? So he said he's undefeated. Right? I was like, Liam, mate, you lot win everything anyway. So you can wear any jacket you want and you still win. But he's like, he was cursing you.
Yeah.
He was cursing you, saying, oh, yeah, look at you. It's all fun and games. But it was just like, he starts running around.
I said, I've only watched about 5 games this year that I've been to, and every team I've wanted to win has won. So someone's O's got to go. And he was getting the ump.
He was getting the ump. But it was a great day.
Yeah.
And look, I had no dog in the race, but I just liked seeing them having a little bit of needle.
Yeah.
It was so good. And then
you know, we only gone 1-0 up, so we called my dad. He's absolutely buzzing. Then we obviously lose 2-1. He goes, yeah, call me dad, call me dad. I ain't calling my dad, we just lost.
Because we were going to the Prodigy afterwards, we talk about that. But so I come with 20 minutes to go, and you lot clearly had a good day already. The vibes were high.
Had a couple of drinks.
It was.
I tucked into a bit of lamb shank.
Did you?
Was it lamb shank?
What do you make of the food at Wembley? Because
what do you want?
You obviously don't like it.
You don't like it. So why would you ask me that?
Because I'm in the catering game as well. I can picture. I think for like I've been to stadiums.
I think it's quite good.
It's all right. Yeah. It's all right. But the best one I've been to is Leicester. Leicester have good grub.
Yeah.
And I might be biased, but Villa as well.
Yeah.
2 Midlands clubs. I know I've gone off piste a bit there. Yeah. Should we get back to the Prodigy?
Okay, so the day commences into the Prodigy now.
Yeah. So when we finished the game, we just went. What did you event?
Like? Because we was having a nice time in the box. But then when we went over the road, I didn't know what to expect because I've not seen them live because I missed them at Glastonbury.
Yeah.
I've not seen them live since Nebworth when I must have been 14. And it's a different vibe then. But that arena was amazing. There's the loudest thing. This is how you know it's too loud. 2 songs in, we're bouncing round. He's gone, it's a bit much, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're breathing much.
I was like, do you know what?
It doesn't help. We was right next to the speakers. So.
Also,
we was right next to the speakers. What do you expect?
I used to love a bit of drum and bass, and I ain't done drum and bass for ages. An event. Obviously, we've been to Fortet a few times. And he always plays a little bit of drum and bass.
Yeah.
But I was like, I forgot how mad it is.
Yeah.
I love a dance. I love jumping around. But I was thinking, they just put a little bit of a slower song on Fix. My knees need to rest.
Yeah, that's because you get low. How low does he get when you dance? He's down. I'm like, he's just a little geezer.
But it's like so low. Why do you get so low when you dance?
No wonder your knees are.
That's what's happened.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Stop getting low then. It was wicked though, wasn't it?
Oh,
it was wicked.
So good. So good.
It was wicked.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like, for the youngsters now, I don't know. Maybe someone can tell us if any youngsters listen to this, but like, it seemed like the older people in there were having it more than the young kids.
There was. If you look down, you saw a cyclone, a mosh pit.
Yeah, the mosh pit.
There was a massive one. There was a massive one. I was like, I'd like to get in that.
Yeah.
So I thought that at the beginning.
Yeah.
But then, because it was so intense, I was like, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy we're up here out of the way.
You're complaining about it's intense. You're complaining about the volume. What's going on with you?
I loved it, right? But I was glad I had a bit of space to rest a little bit.
True. Yeah.
That's what.
You're right,
mate.
It's
banging tunes constantly. You can't help but not move.
You're right.
Yeah.
But there was points I thought, I need a little rest here.
Yeah. Do you know what was nice as well? When we went into the bar, we kindly got invited into was it like the friends and family? I suppose.
No. I went to the friends and family. You lot, I don't know where you lot went.
Where was you? Where did you went?
Mate, I was in there with the friends and family.
Right, okay.
We went to a different spot.
Yeah, there was 2. There was.
Oh, is there?
It was where Liam's from the
Prodigy.
Band, Prodigy. I went into his gaff.
You just get everywhere, didn't you?
And then I got a phone call that says, "Oh, you're in the wrong place." So I was with his friends and family. I was talking to, I think, his mum.
Really?
Just chilling. Yeah. And then they gave me some champagne and everything. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is nice. Waiting for you lot. Then you told me that, no, we're upstairs. I'm in the wrong place.
I can't remember how we got there.
I had to go upstairs. Oh, mate. Just get about in it.
There was good tunes in there.
The contrast, the contrast, because you had the Prodigy drum and bass. Then you went in, the DJ was playing ska and reggae, and it was a mellow vibe.
Yeah.
It was nice.
It was
a nice little cruise down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was good, man.
I needed that. I needed a bit of relaxation.
So just to clarify, Liam was Gallagher in the box, and Liam from Prodigy, you crept into his party. So
mate, I was around a lot of Liams on Saturday. So good time.
The reason I called it overnight, because I was having a wicked time. I was working the next day. Obviously, I had to be at work in the morning. I had to go and watch these young kids who'd that's a scouting app thing, and I promised them I'd go there and watch them, and so went all the way out. But when I come back to Chelsea, went straight into the Chelsea versus Leeds game, and it was a little bit worse for wear. But I was getting, but you know, it's a big game. It does lift you a little bit.
You got up for it
because I don't. Chelsea and Leeds have got that rivalry from the 1970s.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've played it, like it's one of them. So we started the game, and like every time Chelsea play Leeds in a big game, the television companies, they refer back to the 1970 Cup final, which is referred to. It's the dirtiest cup final, maybe the dirtiest game. Billy Bremner, Ron Harris. It was basically just prison rules. It was like the ref just gone, whatever you want to do, you do. They're kicking lumps out of each other, smashing each other. And we showed some of the tackles, and we got Ali McCoist onto the, and Coisty remembers watching it as a kid, because he's a bit older than us, Coisty, and he was salivating with the tackles, and Stevie G was there watching the game, and it's like, it felt like proper football. Do you know what I mean? And one of the interesting things was Michael Oliver re-refereed the game, and I think in the 1970 FA Cup final there was one yellow card dished out. Michael Oliver said there was 8 red cards when he re-refereed it by today's standards. So it shows you how much the game has changed.
But if you think about it, when you speak to older players that weren't playing when we were playing, you meet as you go around the stadiums, they always say how soft it is. Imagine how soft they think it is now.
God, yeah, I know.
Because it does feel like that every so often. It just gets a bit softer.
More sanitised, every touch. In the game, at one point, I was doing the game, and did you see the hair pull by mate?
Louis.
I'm like, and so because when I'm commentating on the games, Coley, you'll know you get the producer in your ear, so you can hear VAR if you want to, right? So you know if there's been an incident before the stadium does, like, so I hear they're checking something. So it was Calvert-Lewin and Cucurella, right? So I hadn't seen anything going. So you're in the stadium. My job's to watch the game intently. So I try and I like to think I'm across everything. If I see things, like, I didn't see nothing, right? And then VR, there's a hair pull.
Wow.
And then then you look at the screen and it's like nothing. It's like it's like nothing. Sort of, you know when you sometimes you're grabbing shirt.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of hair with Cucurella, isn't there? Any in that vicinity, you're grabbing hair.
Well, he's got that problem. I don't. So I wouldn't know.
So, but it was like a brush. It was like a caress of the hair.
Was it a little bit like the Martinez sending off?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm bringing it back to that because it made it. It jumped out at me because we just watched the 1970 Cup final and we'd all enjoyed the football and the tackling and the bite, and they was up in each other's face. And then all of a sudden, someone's touched Cucurella's hair and a potential red card VAR. I'm like, what's going on, mate?
Come on.
So, I mean...
Come on, mate. Like, do you know what? Listen, we don't have that problem. Like, obviously, we never had the problem. We never had long hair.
Yeah.
Well, you did for a bit.
I had long hair, No one pulled it, though.
No one pulled it?
No.
Oh, well, the thing about it, when that's happening... If you felt your hair being tugged, are you going down or are you going to complain? You won't really complain.
No.
But they do now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's why the games are so sanitized and they're getting trying to get every inch and margin to win the game and get someone sent off. I think it's bad.
Yeah.
I think it's bad. I think that's like foul. I think that's foul play, trying to get another fellow pro sent off.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think that. I don't know about you lot.
What do you think, Bridget? I'm with you.
I feel like it's part of the game. I've only ever done something like that once.
Go on.
And I think that comes from probably more Mourinho. Remember, that side of the game. Like I remember Abue tapped me on the back of the head, but it was nothing. I actually went down probably about 3 seconds later after it hit me.
Really? So what was in your mind when you was when you was thinking? Because I know Jose used to like the dark arts.
It's Arsenal, and he likes the dark art. He likes that dark arts thing, doesn't he? He likes if you go down, he wants you to go down. I've only done that once, and that was that. And they didn't actually send Adebayor off. They sent Adebayor off.
Did they?
Yeah, they got it mixed up.
Why
and the thing is, I used to hate playing against him. He used to wind me up. Like he's supposed to be a nice, supposed to be a nice lad, but to play against him, he's annoying.
Why?
Niggling and gets away with stuff. That really annoys me. So like when I went down, I thought, yeah, he's getting sent off. And I said, no, it was him. It was him.
Oh my god!
Jose used to always say, English players too honest.
Yeah, basically.
Too honest because you have to remember it's a cultural thing. They talk about with pride. Argentina, right? You know, with Maradona's handball, they're more proud of that than the goal, the beautiful goal he scored, because that's the street urchin. He's the English. Remember, the English are seen as the sort of
gentlemen,
the conquerors, and things like that. So he's the street urchin, and he's robbed us. And in their culture, I hope I'm not offending anyone, because this, from what I understand, from in their culture, that's like, yeah, we've stiffed you, basically.
There's so many players that are good at stuff like I used to hate playing against the Italian teams.
Yeah.
Because it actually winds you up.
Yeah.
Because they can leave a bit on you. A bit like when I played against Cafu, mate. He was horrible.
Yeah.
Like, he'd leave a bit on you.
Yeah,
when you touch him, next to him, and he does it so well, and it's so annoying.
Yeah.
Didier had a bit of that in him.
Yeah, Didier was brilliant.
Didier was theatrical, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Because he used to go down, and we'd all just be waiting. He's going to get up in a minute. Just hurry up. He was so good at it, wasn't he?
Like, it's because when I look at him, though, I think, because obviously I had to study his game because he was the best of my ilk of striker. So I would watch him and I'd be like, I ain't doing that. That's like, it's all arms in the air. He's got his hair. His hair's like flowing. I'm like, mate,
I know.
The geezer's just like, he's made that, he's cut out for this. I couldn't put myself, because there's a few managers that told me, when you get in the box, you go past your man and you get touched, go down.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, that's cheating, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I want to stay on my feet and try and get to the end of it. But that's not, as the game went on, people were starting to realise, well, if you stay on your feet, you're a mug.
You get nothing for it.
It's part of the game, innit? But you think he must have been horrible to play against, because you think he'd bully you because he's that strong. Then you do one little thing and then he could just make him in a bit and get a free kick.
He was always in charge. He was always in charge. When he wanted to be strong,
he was strong.
Bang, you're not moving. And if the ball's coming, he's so clever, because if the ball's coming and he thought, that's a real tough touch.
Yeah,
because he'd come, I'm gone.
Yeah.
He was so good. Holding it. But he was brilliant at it. He was the best at it.
But, so Calvert-Lewin is probably the closest to something like that. How did he get on yesterday?
Calvert-Lewin didn't get enough service yesterday, and that's the one. He was competent. He had one chance. The only time Leeds created a chance, the ball's got played into him, and he turned it around the corner to Aronson. It's actually the pivotal moment of the game. Into Calvert-Lewin, lovely touch around the corner. Aronson's in on goal. Sanchez, great save.
His foot, didn't he?
Games are always about moments. We talk about tactics and everything, but games are about moments. And then, and after that, Chelsea just got more and more in control.
Yeah.
And I was so impressed, because obviously we need to talk about the chaos that's going on. But first of all, you need to give the flowers. I thought Enzo Fernandez, who's had a difficult week, was outstanding. Scored the goal.
Yeah.
It was Lampard-esque in the way he sort of.
Yeah, I saw.
He's a brilliant run. He took Justin. You know, when you run into the box from midfield, you don't just run blind.
No.
But you're timing. He's timed to take him to the front post and just far post.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a beautiful goal.
Was it? Yeah.
And Chelsea were good for it. Okay, so that was my take on the game, but let's take it back to earlier on in the week when the madness started at Chelsea. Yeah. We saw the owner give Liam the vote of confidence in a AGM or board meeting of one of his other companies publicly. 3 days later, Liam gets the sack. First of all, what do you make of that, Bridgie? Like, he's been in the job 3 months. Maybe.
Well, that's just football, isn't it? I think that people will come out and say stuff whether they really mean it or not. I think it happens a lot in football. I don't think people say what they really mean. Sometimes they say what they think they should say. But I don't know with him. I'm like, can you blame him? maybe, but then you've got the way the club's run. Like I look at it now. Look at the way we've always talked about Tottenham. It's always above, like the way it's run up above. And I feel that's how I feel a little bit about Chelsea at the moment. The problem is the way they're running the club.
Yeah, but not every club's talk like Tottenham's, because they've not won anything, and the issues, and they're underachieved. So and the problem seems to be that. And now the problem, we're talking about Chelsea, but at Liverpool, it's not over the last 6 years, or Man City. Nobody's talking about the board. I don't even know the directors. I don't know the names of them, because everything's smooth there. They're just letting everyone get on with it. Do you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like that's happening at Chelsea, though, does it?
Yeah.
Or does it?
No, I come out and said, Coley, we had the points per game since Blueco took over. So Blueco took over, and don't quote me exactly, but it was like Chelsea were averaging 1.93 points per game, and it got progressively worse, and they had a little one where it was a couple of years ago where it was 1.83 points per game, but it's still been underneath the standard of when they took over, plus they spent 1.8 billion. So clearly they're in a situation now where they've chosen a methodology to go forward, and this is our route, this is what we're going to do. It's clearly not working, and sometimes the hardest thing to do in the world is to go, you know what, we've made a mistake, we need to pivot here, get football people in. I liken it to, they've got a lot of expertise in the room of, they've got financial expertise, they've got recruitment expertise it's particularly in the young players academy, right? But there's no one in there with footballing wisdom at the top level who can say, right, this is what's going to happen. If you give these players 8-year, 10-year contracts, this is what their mindset's going to be when things are going bad. And this is what their mindset's going to be when things are going well. So Enzo Fernandez, for instance, right? He has been Chelsea's best player. His star's rising. He's looking at, he's gone beyond Chelsea to a certain degree. He's like looking around going, I want to be winning trophies. Do you know what I mean? So, but I've got 4 or 5 years left on my contract. And then it becomes, you have an unhappy player in you, a core player unhappy. And then how do you deal with that? So then they'll go, well, let's ban him for 2 games. I'm just like,
that doesn't make sense.
Don't make sense.
So basically, someone like that Enzo,
right?
Like, see, like their module, their plan on how they're gonna do things, and they're being a development. It's like a development club, because they're going young.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got this module that lasts a certain amount, and once the player starts to blossom, right, which Enzo is now, what do you do to keep him happy?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he's now looking at it thinking, I need to win things now because I'm getting older. Yeah. I know they see me as a leader, but he's going to want out because they're not winning enough, or they're not challenging for the best trophies. Champions League, Premier League. He wants to win that because he's seen the history of Chelsea. That's what spurred him on to come.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to be the senior statesman in the dressing room saying, well, you lot follow me. So because he knows that it's not good enough, because he's going to have to wait a few years until them other players catch him up and blossoms. So basically what's happening now is that he's going to want to leave now because he wants to go somewhere that's of the same standard as him, and not him being the best player, but him pushing on to be even better.
Yeah, people dragging him up to get even better.
That's what he's probably looking at from a sports psychology point of view. But they haven't thought about that part. Yeah. You're right. They haven't thought about that part.
At the start of it, I go, look, okay, this sounds good, and you're spreading the finances over 7-8 years, and it balances the books and whatnot. And you need someone in the room going, but this is what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And that is like it's like a disease within a squad. You've been in you must have been in squads when you've had unhappy players who want to leave. Can you remember that in your career?
Yeah.
And sometimes they can, because they get their agents in their ear. It can get toxic. They get agents in their ear, and then they play the silly games. I'm not saying he is. I don't know what's going on, but it's like that's when you need a strong manager. With a relationship with the players. It's almost a personal relationship. So it's like, listen, if I was managing Enzo and it was a normal routine, I'd be saying, listen, Enzo, we're not where we thought we'd be when you signed, right? But you're my guy. You're with us, right? This is your team. It's your family for now. Come with me till the end of the season. Don't say that nonsense when you go away. Don't listen. Maybe get the agent involved. And you go, right, we'll get to the summer and we'll all rethink and sit down and what we're going to do, and we'll have a good chat then. But by I think by sort of banning him, like, you naughty boy.
But why? Like, they need him.
Absolutely.
So you need him. So why are you even banning him for 2 games? Like you said, sit down and have a chat with him. Manager, have a chat with him, or have a proper chat with him and smooth things out. Just banning him for 2 games. Like, what are you doing?
I know Liam they said it was a group decision with Liam as football manager. Your name, you're the fall guy, right? If you lose games, no one's the fans are hammering you. The fans just turn up. They pay their money. We can be as emotional as we want. We say, well, and you know what I mean? But Liam's thinking, I would really like Enzo Fernandez on the pitch against Man City, watching how well he played yesterday and what a leader he was. And fair play to him. Like, he said what he said. He come in and he's done it. I just think it's just the whole thing was a mess. Listen, that's the Enzo situation. That's a mess. Liam's gone. But there's a lot of criticism from people. The performance against Brighton away, as opposed to the spirit and the fight and the performance on Sunday. And like, it must be hard for fans to comprehend how a team can be there and then there. And the only difference is a manager's walked out the door. I mean, what's your opinion on it, Bridgie, when things like that happen?
Well, I think with Liam, I think most people are surprised he got the job.
Yeah.
I think most people.
Yeah, that's fair.
I didn't really know too much about him. I know he's obviously managed some teams, but you wouldn't say they played that great since he's been there. They've got some good results, right? But they've not been that great. But I think most of Chelsea fans I spoke to are not happy, right? And I'm just like, why? Why have they not gone for someone else
before Liam, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the criticism coming in, Coley, was he was in the building effectively because he was Strasbourg manager.
He was ready to go.
Cheaper option as well.
So cheaper option.
So I mean, what's your thoughts?
Obviously find him very talented.
Liam.
Yeah,
of course.
So when he was at Strasbourg, he was doing really well there. So they was thinking, okay, like Maresca wants to go. So what do we do now? We've got a ready-made manager over there. Because remember, even when Maresca come to Chelsea, he hadn't really had any credit in the bank either.
Championship, Leicester.
Yeah, but it's so. But they're saying they're probably looking at it and thinking,
giving people a chance.
Giving people a chance. So you know what I mean? At the same time, save a little bit of money.
Yeah,
it's under our banner anyway.
Yeah.
So it makes sense just to bring him in, draft him in.
Yeah.
But no one can talk about obviously us giving Liam a chance and us giving Maresca a chance because it's the same thing, really. Yeah, he did well at Leicester, but so did Liam. Liam done well where he's been, Strasbourg, and he done well when he was in the Championship. I think he was unfairly dismissed at Hull.
Yeah.
So there was a load of things that
I guess he done well at Strasbourg.
Yeah, he did.
The players liked him as well.
And that's probably half of the what the Strasbourg are in agreement with as well, because you just said you're taking our best manager and you're just taking it for yourself for the Premier League. So that's the whole protest as well on you're just using and abusing us. Yeah. But then it's an offer that he could Liam himself couldn't refuse.
Of course.
He had to go. You couldn't say, oh no, I'm not ready yet. You get offered that, you go with it.
Yeah, you get the train ticket, you get on it.
You go.
Yeah. Okay, so the mind of a player, for fans of we're the Dressing Room podcast, so we're going to take you to the dressing room. What is a new manager bounce in your opinion, Richard? You've seen it with players. I have my opinion. I think personally, there's always unhappy players within a squad. So, you know, that's it. And if you haven't got a strong core, you get more unhappy players. You know, or at least they're outwardly showing it. And then, so when a manager goes, everyone comes into work.
Everyone's got a second chance.
And everyone goes, I'm going to go this again. You also get, when you have something like this Enzo Fernandez situation where players feel aggrieved by how he's been treated, because the players don't care what he said. The team don't care. We've had it before. When players say stupid things. Yeah, exactly. Players don't care. As long as they know he's fighting for them. So it's a bigger deal for everyone around the club. But the most important people at the club are the players and the squad, right? And I've worked with players where they've gone away with international duty and they've said something stupid about the club or they wanted to leave. and you come in and you just have a laugh and joke about it. It's actually like it's irrelevant. But the only time you pull someone as a player is if you think they're not pulling their weight in training. You know, and if you've got a good group, the players will do that. The manager won't even have to do it. The fact that the ownership have stepped in and felt the need to discipline one of the big leaders in the group is irrelevant. But the manager bounce is a real thing, right? It happens all the time.
Man, I've seen it happen and go positively.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Nottingham Forest, for instance.
Yeah.
They've had, 4 managers this season?
Yeah.
And they've just been trying to get the bounce. Trying to bounce the ball. It's just been flat. so someone's pumped up the ball now. It's actually bouncing. So they're doing well.
Yeah.
I've been in the other ship where we really loved the manager, but the results weren't coming our way.
Yeah.
And new manager comes in and the whole place is deflated.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So you have to, when you are, like, we've got to talk to these, the owners. When you're employing somebody, it's not about what you think or how it looks to you. It's about what's in that dressing room.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, we're not robots. We have feelings too.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're like, as soon as he walks in, I've said this before, the first impressions.
Yeah.
I don't like him.
Yeah.
And that just takes 10% away from you and what you do out on that pitch. And I'm not saying it's like we're doing it on purpose. It's like, I don't get the tactics. I don't get how he speaks. He doesn't gel with the group. Yeah. So it's just not going to work. Do you know what I mean? But upstairs, in the boardroom, they don't see that part.
Yeah.
So you have to get that cohesion right.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that, right? I agree with you 100%, right? But then, we've seen a player power shift, and does the board speak to the because it's never happened to me. Maybe I've never been in the leadership group effectively in a club. I don't know, but I've never had the actually when I was at West Ham, I think maybe it happened. It come up once, but do you go and speak to the players say, well, what are you thinking of the manager? And do you know what I mean? I don't like that direct ownership to players thing, but I think there should be something in between where you get your fingers on the post.
Sport director's job.
Yeah.
He's the one that's supposed to be in the dressing room.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to be the connection between the board, the dressing room, and the team. So he is, and effectively, it should always be I think it should always be an ex-pro.
Yeah, I do as well.
That's relatable because you've been in that position. Okay, that's the board. I know their way of thinking, but at the same time, I've got to connect that with. So, what's the best manager? What's the best manager at the time? What we need for that bounce, or what's the best option out there to get that cohesion right?
Yeah.
So we know this manager's going to come in and do the business. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And there's got to be that train of thought all the way through the club.
Well, they've had the bounce. They clearly they clearly have a feeling for Callum McFarlane.
Yeah, they like him.
They see, I spoke to him after the game. I'd never spoke to him, and his interview before the game. I thought, listen, and it's understandable. He's stepping into the spotlight. He's been Croydon manager and working in academy football.
Croydon,
right? Yes. big up the South London, massive. Right. So this is a huge jump, right? And I was speaking to some Chelsea fans, and I had to put them straight because he's like, oh, Callum McFarlane, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. Da, 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 da. I'm like, listen, the kid's clearly a strong dreamer. He's gone from there to there. Do you know what I mean? In a short period of time. And whatever you say, he's managing Chelsea Football Club at this moment and he's took him to the FA Cup final. So you have to give him his time. And listen, and I like the story, right? It ain't perfect. They're used to seeing Carlo Ancelotti's and Jose Mourinho's and Conte's and all that. But this kid's come and he's got his chance and he's taken it. But before the game, he spoke, right? And I thought he sounded a bit nervous. He was talking to Jules and we get the interviews before they go out. And he said, she asked him, how important is this game? And he's like, yeah, we need to get a positive result. It's a big game, but there's 4 more big games in the league. I'm like, no. When you're as a manager, you've got to sell the product, right? Whatever that game is, there's a reason to win that game. If it's the 3rd round of the League Cup, you'll be selling it to the players like, listen, this is a chance for 4 or 5 of you. I believe in you. You've trained really well. Don't go out. Do you know what I mean? You motivate him, but he sort of it was a bit wishy-washy. And I was like, oh, I don't like that. But then the team started and I thought that it was excellent. And one thing I picked up on what he'd done, and he got it for the goal. So under Liam, we watched the Leeds versus Chelsea games previously, and they've done so good at setting traps and pressing, right? And you know, like under Liam and Enzo as well, so very build-up based. And Leeds stepped onto Chelsea and they won the ball and they scored a couple of goals, right? And then Sanchez, Leeds, they stepped out from a back five, pressed onto Chelsea, getting ready to press because they're thinking, we've seen this picture before, we've won. Sanchez has gone bang into Pedro. He lost the duel with Struijk, the centre half. Bang, lovely bit of quality, and there's a goal, right? And then after the game, I spoke to Callum, and he was like, yeah, we worked on that. Do you know? I was like, okay, so that's smart. He's using a football brain. And then the interview afterwards, he warmed into it. You know, imagine this is one of his first big interviews as a manager. He's standing there, he's got Steven Gerrard. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And we're talking to him, and he warmed in. It's daunting. Like, listen, we're all humans, right? And he handled it really well. And, you know, you're like, you can't help. I just think you can't help but root for him now. Yeah. But I still don't think he'll be the next Chelsea full-time manager. No. So I suppose the question is, like, where do they go? Where do they go from there?
I have not got a clue. Because it's like,
do they go? Options, didn't they?
It depends if are they going to go and get a top manager, or are they going to try and
Glasner
give someone a chance again because it's less money? I don't know.
Glasner's a good shout because he's not in that bracket where he's top.
No,
he'd still look at the Chelsea job and go,
yeah,
that's a step up from Frankfurt and Palace. Yeah. But I think you if you're a Chelsea manager, unless they're going to throw money at it, and I think the money's run out. As much as whatever noises you come out, whatever PR you come out, for Chelsea fans, there ain't going to be hundreds and hundreds of millions spent this summer. It just can't. It financially doesn't make sense, right? So they got to find somebody who can get a grip. So Glasner's a good shout. Yeah. And he would want it. Don't even look at the top managers like Luis Enrique's if he's leaving, or, you know, I threw Xabi Alonso's name in because of how well he's done. But even him, Cesc is another one. But you're still giving a manager who's a young manager, inexperienced.
Glasner is the level.
But with Cesc more than anyone knows what elite football looks like. So it's not like Liam, who's coming in as young manager, or Enzo played at Juventus, didn't he? But he was there for a brief period of time. I don't think he played for it. Cesc was one of the best players we've seen in the league. Yeah. So I think the Cesc one is interesting because he might be in the right. He might be in the right. He might be. You've been at a few weddings with him.
I hated playing against him. He was annoying, wasn't he? He's a good lad. He's a good lad.
Anyone that's good and annoying. Anyone that's good, they're just annoying. You're giving me a hard time.
Did you get on with him at the wedding?
Yeah, great lad. Yeah. He got on really well. Yeah, he saw my mates out some tickets.
I saw him in Como and he was bigging you up.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
Oh, right, he's friend of the pod. Then we'll get him on.
We'll get him on. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, mate, I just because I'd rather take him than Liam, if I'm totally honest. She said,
I know you would.
And I think he's because he was such an intelligent footballer as well. So intelligent.
Yeah, he was a great player.
And look, I went to Como, so with him. I went into Como doing this thing with the FA, and then he invited us over.
Yeah.
So there was obviously going to the match, but he invited us into the dressing room.
Really?
And into the office and everything, and then we looked at how his thoughts are of the game.
Really?
And how he wants to structure it, and it was quite interesting. He's a very intricate guy.
What did you pick up? Anything from his...
No, I didn't pick up anything. I just said, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
I can't remember all that.
So he was in control. That's good enough. It gives you a vibe. He's in control. Because I've been with managers, and they're trying to tell you what, and you're like,
I think that's sure. That's something
I can see that he knew what he was doing. Enough. And then everything he'd done, we was watching the game on the Saturday.
Yeah.
And I saw it come alive on the pitch.
Really?
So, yeah, it was really good. He was playing in Poly.
We must have all had managers where they're in control.
Yeah.
You can see it.
But then you come across ones where you're like, they got a Scooby?
Yeah.
Do they know what they're doing? Do we know what we're doing? Do you know what I mean?
I've seen a few.
It happens.
I know. There's been a few.
But that's going back to what we was talking about before, about the manager bounce. So you've got to buy into the gaffer as soon as does he actually know what he's doing? That is what. Listen, players now are very educated.
Yeah,
they could even be managed.
They test you.
They test you.
Yeah,
they're educated because they've got all the thing on their phone and know about tactics and it's not like in our day that if you have to go and search for it.
Yeah.
You just trust in the manager.
Yeah.
But now you can start asking questions on how why is that? Why do I have to go and stand there?
Yeah.
Why not here? Because this has worked for me before. So why are you telling me to go there? Or close that player? So they're being tested now, managers, and that's probably what's happened to Liam.
Yeah.
Because some of these boys are like, well, I played at the highest level and I've never seen that, what you're trying to ask of me. I just don't, I'm not having it. And then that's when it starts to go back. Yeah. And then you're like, and then Liam starts to cave in because he's never been asked these questions before. Yeah. You never know. That's probably what happened.
There's a good chance that's what happened. And you've got to be strong. Just a quick one, because I thought, so this is important to talk about. Managers giving off that vibe of lose control. Was there anyone, or they're not in control, is there anyone in your career you can think of, or you want that, and what reasons was it? Because there's always a reason, like, and I remember this. No, you
obviously want to get off your chest.
No, I'm not. No, and this is like,
why are you asking us? No, you know what you want to ask. Shall I ask you?
He wants us to throw something under the bus.
Let's ask him.
No. I've got something to say.
Say it. Say it with chest.
I knew it's going to be the same as me.
No. So, and I like this man, and he had a
disclaimer.
You played for him, but you don't know. And he had a good career as a manager, but the job that he was in was too early for him. Okay. Looking back now, right? So it was Steve McLaren, right?
Okay, yeah.
Great coach, one of the best number twos I've worked with. Yeah, he had a great way with players.
Yeah,
and he went on and done it. Great guy. And then he went on and had a good career as a manager. But he's probably, arguably, his best stuff was when he was number 2 at Manchester United on 2 occasions, and number 2 of England. He's really good, right? But you talk about things that make you think a manager has lost control, not as in control as think. We played a game. Remember, we had Bill Beswick, the sports psychologist, and there's nothing wrong with sports psychologists. I think they're an important part of the game. But I was walking in, and for some reason I was late in at half time. We must have been, I can't remember what game it was, difficult result. And I walked past and I caught the back end of a conversation with him and Bill, and it was like he was asking Bill what he should say or what he should do, and that's okay. But have that conversation, and if you want to bounce it off someone, it was a player caught the end of the conversation. And your head's frazzled because you're coming in, you're playing for England. You probably got booed. You probably got booed off because there's obviously stuff. And then you go and you sit down, and I'm like, and then he comes in and says it, and I'm like, and I think
I'm not having that. It's manufactured.
No conviction. Do you know what I mean? And I've got nothing. But I'm just thinking. So it's always an incident like that for me where I think a manager's
because it's got to come from your heart. If you're going to go and batter a player or something, you don't go to the sports psychologist. It's got to come from your heart. So, what should I do? What should I say? That just means you don't know what to do. And then as a player, you'll just start questioning everything he does. It's like, man, does he believe in what he's doing right now? You know, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a manager, but he's probably asked the sports psychologist, how do I not affect the players? And I want it to come out in a positive way, but I want to say this.
You
know, but
I'm very much like you say it from
I know you're like that, so that would affect someone. And everyone's different. Everyone's different. Someone might hear that. Someone like me, I'll be like, well, fair play to him. He's just winging it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'll wing it with him too. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I'll have a go, but the only thing we can do is give our best as a player.
Chelsea mayhem. They're in another FA Cup final. Manchester City, it keeps going. Really looking forward to that game.
Yeah.
Hope we're all there in some capacity. I'll be working.
It's the Bridgie Derby again.
The Bridgie Derby. Bridgie's got to be there. Right, but listen, we need to go from the FA Cup semi-final to the bottom of the incredible story. Let's run you through this timeline, boys. 52nd minute, West Ham go 1-0 up against Everton. As it stands, they're 4 points clear of Spurs, who are drawing at Wolves. Then a mad 8 minutes. From the 82nd minute, Spurs score against Wolves. With the table as you were, both West Ham and Spurs winning. Spurs are back in the relegation zone. West Ham 2 points clear. Everton score, so it's 1-1 in 88 minutes. Spurs leapfrog West Ham and come out of relegations on goal difference. 92nd minute. I'm really pleased with this lad. Callum Wilson scores for West Ham and then moves them out of the relegation zone. And it was just complete mayhem. As it stands now, West Ham are on 36 points. Spurs are on 34 points. 39 points has been enough to survive in the previous 15 seasons.
Wow.
For a West Ham man, I know like Mick and everyone, our pals, the West Ham people, it was a roller coaster at the weekend and the emotions, and there's still 4 games to play. And what did you think, Coley?
I had the best day ever.
Yeah, you had a great day.
I had a great day.
West Ham win, City in the box. What did he?
I'm only.
No wonder you was on good form. The best version of you was out on Saturday.
He was bouncing.
I kept looking back.
Do you know what?
He had the little thing. He had the thing dabbing the head on the Prodigy.
It's hot in there. It's hot in there.
The final because it's hot in there.
Yeah.
But man, it was so good. What a day! So I've obviously gone up to Manchester to see my son play.
Yeah.
And he played really well.
So
I was really happy with that. Get on the train again. I got on the train from
we need to get you a deal with
Piccadilly to Euston. And then from Euston...
Can't really miss your stop on that one either, can you? Ends there. You're all right. You just got to get off at the train stops.
From Euston into Wembley Park. Tried over. And see you in there, innit? But then on the train, I'm looking at live score.
Right, okay.
Right. And then as I looked at it, it flicked to 2-1.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my days. I started going like that on the train. Yeah! I looked like a complete madman, yeah. Luckily I was with someone, because I'd have done the same thing even if I wasn't. I was like, yes. And everyone's looking at me like that, and I'm thinking, yeah, man. We've done it. Yeah. We've done it. And then I've looked at my phone again and I'm getting loads of texts now. You jammy Dodgers. Yeah. You lot, how have you got out of it? Yeah. And then I was like, this is what we do. But looking back at that game, right? I had it down as, I don't mind Spurs winning because obviously they're playing Wolves and Wolves are at the bottom of the table. Nothing to really play for, but they made hard work of it. But at the same time, I looked at it and I thought, I don't mind them winning, but we have to win too.
Yeah.
But what does that do psychologically for a Spurs fan or the players at Spurs, when they're thinking we could get out of here because Everton should be beating West Ham, but they don't. They lose.
Then psychologically, the penalty thing at the end as well. The handball.
And the handball, everything. Says, this is just not our year.
Right, that's deflated.
It's deflated. It's so deflated. Because if that happened to me, I'd be like, well, we tried our best. It's just not working. The gods are not with us.
It does feel that way. Like the universe is trying to tell Spurs.
You need to go. Pack your bags.
Because another thing at the weekend is Solanke and Xavi Simons. As of today, you hear he's done his ACL. So he was just coming into a bit of form.
He was their best player for quite a while.
Yeah. You do start thinking, and this got the referee call of no penalty and check.
Oh, mate.
I mean, what did you make of that? I mean,
look, if you leave yourself open when you're grabbing him anyway.
Yeah.
But it does. I've got to be honest. It did look like he pinned over his shoulder and went like that. It didn't. And I was like,
don't get me wrong, we're happy it never got given. How
it didn't get given, mate. Like, so there's so much drama in that day. And when you come out on top, it's so unbelievable. It's like we needed a bit of luck and comfort. And Jared Bowen has been unbelievable too. He put 2 on the plate for us, so we're all right.
Yeah. Jared Bowen, man. Yeah, he looks like...
He looks like he wants to go to the World Cup.
Yeah, mate.
He looks like he wants to go to the World Cup, mate.
For me, you would take him all day.
All day of the week.
All day, because he's quality... Direct. He scores goals. If you give him 5 minutes, he's giving you his heart for 5 minutes. If you give him the whole game, he's giving you everything. So for me, you take him. But just going back, like it was so good, so exciting, so much twists and turns. Now we've got 4 games to go, right? And
I've got something to say on that.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you think? Speak to me.
Listen, I'm not ruling for us that.
Wow.
Nah. Because the only reason I'm not saying it's a bit far-fetched.
Yeah.
but they've got 2 extra games.
They've got Europa League semi-finals against Villa.
Villa, that's it, sorry.
Which is massive.
And they've got Chelsea coming up as well.
Yeah, they've got Chelsea away. They've got Man United away. So
it's a tough run.
Yeah, that's a good shout there, actually.
Because tough run. And if we win our games, or Spurs win their games as well, remaining, then, mate, they're back in it. Yeah.
Well,
not going to win every game, but just, they got to keep on winning for us not to catch them.
But they're flying, mate. I don't know what...
listen, mate, 5-0...
Away as well, by the way.
Yeah, 5-0 against Sunderland away. I didn't see that coming. Nobody saw that coming. But at the same time, it does look great for them. So even the fans have got to say, we're safe now. You would say that.
Yeah.
But you're still not. You're still in it a little bit. You know what I mean? It's not full-time yet.
Well, just looking at Spurs' talking to Spurs fans, the Villa game at the weekend is crucial, right? Now, the reason why Spurs have got a good record against Villa. Villa have got the semi-finals either side of the game. And Villa are not playing. Villa had a bad result against Fulham. So I think it's this weekend, Coley. I think if Spurs go and beat Villa, I think they're alive. I really do. I think they're alive. But if they don't win, and I'm even saying this, if they only get a point at Villa, I'll be happy to go. They're goners.
Yeah?
Yeah, because they ain't going to Chelsea and getting anything. That never happens. And the Leeds at home...
When's the last time you got something at Chelsea?
It's a long time, mate. And regardless of the season that Chelsea are having...
You'll still win.
That game will be second last of the game of the season.
And Chelsea would want to put them down.
Yeah, of course they would.
They would love to do that. Speaking to Jason Cundy.
Yeah.
I'd love to put them down.
Yeah, that would be a good shout. That talk show after that day.
Do you reckon the players at Chelsea feel that?
Yeah.
To Tottenham,
they know.
You reckon you do?
They
do.
You know, it's culture.
Yeah.
You feel the vibes straight away.
Yeah.
You know, remember when...
Oh, no, yeah. When I just wonder if they feel it now sometimes.
What do you reckon that is, right? Because, it was... Growing up, it was Arsenal, Spurs. But Chelsea and Spurs have always had this needle. They're quite... Chelsea are close to Fulham, Brentford, Arsenal.
It's just always them.
It's just that... Where do you reckon it comes from?
I don't know what the history is behind it, but I know that... Abramovich added the fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
Because remember, he was supposed to buy Chelsea first.
Yeah, he flew over Tottenham.
He was supposed to buy Spurs first. Then obviously he flew over Tottenham, said I want that, and then obviously something happened with the deal, and he got upset.
Yeah.
They didn't want to do any deals with Spurs, so there's that history in it, and I think it stems further back.
Yeah.
I need to find out what it is.
We had a brick through the coach window. Remember?
That was West Ham.
Oh, was that West Ham?
Yeah.
Was it? I thought it was Tottenham. West Ham.
Oh, yeah. So you're always blaming Tottenham for everything.
Yeah. Right, credit where credit's due to Arsenal. Difficult week, they got the job done. They held on. We was watching the end of the Arsenal game, they looked nervous, didn't they? It
wasn't clean.
It wasn't clean. You look at Man City and it just looks flowing, even when do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Arsenal, when you've watched them recently, they've been like that. Apart from the City game where they played all right. But the other games I've seen to watch, they do seem a bit
nervous.
It doesn't seem right.
This is the part of the season where they usually fail.
Yeah.
So obviously, in their hearts, they
think it's going to happen again.
They think it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
But they're trying their best for it not. So the brand of football or whatever it is out the window. They just need to get over the line. You know, and they needed a response after the last game. They needed it. So however they had to win, they had to do it properly. In any way, because it didn't matter whether it was sexy football or bad football. Get it over the line, get the 3 points on the table.
Who else they got left? Because I think we were saying this might be a slip-up game from Newcastle. Well, is it West Ham they've got as well?
I'll run you through the games left. They've got Fulham at home, West Ham away, Burnley at home, Palace away, Man City, Everton away, Brentford at home. I think all give problems to Man City. Bournemouth away, tough game. Palace at home, and Villa at home. So it's a shootout, right? The goal difference is there. I think Fulham are. I disagree.
If you're Arsenal, you're looking at that, you think, we should win all them.
But you should be excited.
West Ham be tough, I reckon.
You should be excited. I think, if you want to,
How did you feel when you was in that position? Have you ever been in that position when it was just a 2-horse race? And,
excited.
You're excited about it?
Excited, like...
But I don't think they are.
No,
they just can't wait for the season to be over and they've won it. But I think they're taking it game by game.
Do you know, when I was a player in these situations, because I act before I think a lot in life, as you see.
As you do.
A bit like your driving.
Right, I act before I think a lot in my life, and I played like I like to play. I like to take risks and react and all that. So I think that helped me in these pressure situations. We talked about playing for England, right? And everyone talked about the pressure of playing for England.
No, you were different.
I didn't pressure, but it helped me in these situations. I was going into the game, and it was almost like. The only time I felt pressure in a football was when I had to take a penalty. I was terrible at penalties, right? Some players could zone in. That's when my brain used to go like, but actually like worried about a game.
I think that's your ADHD. That's your ADHD.
No, I don't like being the centre of attention. Like when, do you know what I mean?
I think you love it. You weren't saying that on Saturday.
That's what I was going to say that, but I didn't want to say.
No. I love playing. I love playing, right? And I like to do things. I love. Listen, I'm not going to lie. I like to do things. When I played, I like people loving. I like people liking me watching play. But taking penalties used to frazzle my brain. But I never used to get whether the game was an England game in a World Cup or whether it was a League Cup semi-final. It was always the same nerves for me. So I didn't understand. But
I think that's because with penalties, you got longer to think about it. When you're on your pitch, you just everything's
me on the 1v1. So hard. I used to hate it because like me and the goalkeeper.
Your brain starts going.
Shall I lob him to his right? So I had one, I remember, up at Manchester United at Old Trafford, and it was me and De Gea. And I was like, clean through on goal. I was like, oh my God, the whole... The theatre of dreams is watching my dream right now. So I was like, what should I do? I'm thinking to myself, it's like an eternity getting towards him, right? And I'm looking at him, I think he's looking at me. And this is where the pressure comes, right? I'm not looking forward to this. But I've got to do something. I'll have to make a move. So I'm there. Do you know what I've done? Just gone through his legs. He was like that, wide open. I says, I'm going to do that. And I just made my mind up and I've done it. And that's where the pressure, that's what you get paid for, right? To handle those moments. Now, let's take it back to Arsenal. It's time now is for them they have to earn their money. They have to earn their money. You're getting paid all that dough for pressure moments like this when it's a 2-horse race and you've got to come out on top. If you don't come out on top, egg in your face. Simple. So where can Arsenal go with this? Now we're going to see the real cojones.
The cojones.
You know when he talks about that story about what he's thinking? He's got the ball. What are you just thinking? Oh, I'm going to score here.
I've got music in my head most of the time. We're talking about it. I did see it was a sports psychologist. That's right. When I wrote my book and that was...
What do you mean, music?
Music. He's hearing music while he's playing football.
Is it?
Yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing.
Is it?
It's not just me.
It's a Joe Cole thing.
No, it's not. There's other people.
Is there?
I don't know.
You don't know, but apparently there is.
No, apparently the geezer checks it out. He said, because the geezer checked it out. He said there's
what geezer
when I'm
checked
not all
it
the
out?
time, when I was playing at my best.
Yeah.
There was like just...
So when you never had the music, you weren't playing best.
It's Liverpool fans probably remember that. Before we go, we're going to do the poll. Following our argument last week, we ran a poll on socials to see if Max Dowman should go to the World Cup.
Oh.
I'll have a guess which way that
poll?
went.
70...
all right, they've gone with you.
Have they?
Well, if they've got any sense, they would have.
Yeah, but do you know what? If we don't win it, do you know what I'll be saying? Because we never took Max Dowman.
We've got to win it.
So worry about that, mate.
We've got to win it.
You've got to win it, mate. You're getting it. Go on, what did it say?
You're Arsenal today. You love Arsenal.
Mate, do you know what? I didn't. I wanted a green one, right? It's Percival. Luke is an Arsenal fan, isn't he?
Right,
so he sent me.
He's trolling you.
It's nice, mate. It's nice.
He's trolling you.
It is a nice car. Let's get back to this, right?
Go on.
So 75% of the poll said no, which was Carlton, not to bring Max Dowman, and 25% said yes, Bridgie. So seems like most people.
We'll go with the sensible option.
Voting means nothing. Voting means nothing.
Hey!
Right, we were discussing headbutts on last week's show.
Yeah.
And we couldn't remember a proper headbutt on the pitch.
Yeah.
Well, David commented on our YouTube page and he said, "What about Zidane in the World Cup final? Mate, probably the most famous headbutt."
Have we not?
It wasn't a headbutt though, was it?
It was a chest butt. It was a chest butt.
It was a chest butt, but he used both his fists as well. So it was like,
did he?
Yeah, did you see it? It was weird.
I've seen it.
It wasn't like a proper bang of that. It was like, I've never seen it in my life.
His chest, wasn't it?
I've never seen it since.
Yeah, it was like a ball, wasn't it? He's like, he missed his head and he's gone in for into his chest. Do you know what, right? It's an iconic moment.
We were talking about this earlier, actually, weren't we? About like, if you're going to do it
properly.
You're going to get sent off most time. If you do
the
goalkeeper, you know what? Just go and do it properly.
So talking about headbutts and that, did you see that Zaragoza goalkeeper?
Yeah.
Listen, if you haven't seen it, please go online and go and find the red card for the Zaragoza goalkeeper, because when you talk about going all in and getting sent off properly, he thought, well, I've got sent off, so I might as well go and do it. I might as well do it properly.
Not doing it properly, didn't he? It was a nothing. It was a bit.
So he thought he'd just go and finish the job.
Yeah. So he got sent off and went back and done it properly.
What are you doing there?
I really hope.
I rate that. You know, when you're off, you might as well go and do it properly.
If you're a bear, be a grizzly one. Innit? Do you know what I mean?
I rate that.
Do you know what, right? I hope he listened to the podcast and we're in his head and he's gone, do you know what? Because you could see what's happened with him. He's lost his head. He's gone off. And I think the fella said something from over there and he's just like,
what? You what?
No, I reckon he's just gone, I'm going to do it properly.
Yeah. Goalkeeper, you know, goalkeepers are strange.
Yeah.
Goalkeepers are a strange bunch. So he's like, let me break this down. So he's broken it down and said, all right, I'm off now. So you're getting it. Let's have a trot over and just whack him.
We've all been sent off in our career, right?
Yeah.
We've all been sent off.
I sent off once.
Yeah, I've been sent off once, right?
I've been sent off a few times.
It's a horrible feeling, right?
That walk.
It's the walk of shame. And you go back into the dressing room and you're sitting by yourself and you're just going, please get a result. And it's like, and
I was all right.
I was all right with mine.
Was you?
Yeah, mine was unjust.
I should have been sent off.
I shouldn't have been sent off.
Me too.
It's the ref's fault.
Both of mine were high feet.
What, 2 high feet?
Yeah, 2
You're not
high
allowed
feet.
to do that, geez.
Mate, I'm higher than everyone. So I'm actually trying to bring the ball down. And I didn't know. It wasn't malicious. You know?
Okay. Right. But anyway, it's a horrible feeling, isn't it? When you're in there and you're just waiting for the lads to come in. But I'm thinking, if I've seen my goalkeeper do that, and he's already off anyway, I'm thinking, I can't wait to get home and get in there to speak to him. Just go, Geez, what happened?
What were you thinking? Why did you do that?
You know, be like, I just lost it. I just lost it.
Man. You did.
Thanks for watching and listening. Please rate, review and subscribe. Next week, because there are fixtures on Monday, Chelsea versus Forest and Everton versus Manchester City. We will be recording on the Tuesday and dropping on the Wednesday. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next week. You can watch on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials, and we'll be back next week.
See you later.
Big up.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River The third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yaid Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron. The same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice. It's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.